The decline of the Eastern Jin dynasty was not a clean fall, but more like a house that had been slowly eaten by termites until one day the beams creaked and the whole thing seemed ready to buckle under the slightest push. The dynasty had been clinging to survival in the south ever since the earlier collapse of unified Han rule, carving out a precarious existence around the lower Yangtze River basin. It wasn't a land without beauty or prosperity. The rice fields were abundant, rivers teemed with trade, and cultured aristocrats filled their halls with poetry and calligraphy. Yet behind the elegance lay decay. Political power rested uneasily between court officials and powerful warlords. The aristocracy was deeply entrenched, more interested in preserving their privileges than in restoring strength to the throne. Corruption festered, armies were more loyal to their generals than to the emperor, and the very people meant to defend the dynasty often weakened it further by playing their own games of ambition. The emperors of Eastern Jin themselves often played little more than ceremonial roles. Their thrones were surrounded by regents, ministers, and military strongmen, each scheming to expand their influence. Imagine a theater where the lead actor is bound and gagged backstage, while the stagehands fight with one another for the spotlight. That was the political atmosphere that young Liu grew up in. Everyone knew the dynasty was fragile. What people couldn't agree on was whether it would end in collapse or be rescued by someone strong enough to cut through the endless web of court intrigue. It's worth pausing here to understand the geography of power. The south, where the Jin had retreated, was fertile and defensible thanks to the Yangtze River. But the north, which had once been the heart of Chinese civilization, was under the control of various non-Han states after the great upheaval known as the 16 Kingdoms period. This fragmentation wasn't just a political embarrassment, it was a psychological wound. The old capitals of Luoyang and Chang'an, symbols of imperial grandeur, were lost to northern rulers. To many Southerners, recovering the north wasn't simply about territory, it was about legitimacy. A dynasty that ruled only half of China could never quite silence the doubts about its right to exist. And yet, the Eastern Jin court never managed more than small forays to reclaim it. Their armies were underfunded, their generals hampered by suspicion, and their coffers drained by internal squabbling. The aristocratic clans, especially those who had migrated south when the north fell, were another problem. They had become comfortable in their estates, marrying within their circles and dominating government posts through nepotism. They didn't want the chaos of bold campaigns to the north. They wanted predictability. To them, the dynasty's survival was enough, even if it meant tolerating weakness. In fact, some might argue they preferred emperors who were pliant and ineffective. That way, real power rested with the great families who could quietly manage things behind the scenes. But history has a way of punishing complacency. By the late 4th and early 5th centuries, bandits prowled rural areas, peasants groaned under taxation, and the military was stretched thin. The Jin court was so consumed by its own factionalism that it often seemed blind to the slow unraveling of its authority. For ordinary farmers, artisans, and merchants, the question wasn't about political legitimacy, it was about survival. Floods or locusts might ruin a harvest, corrupt officials might squeeze the last grain from their stores, and local militias might demand forced labor or conscription. Stability, once taken for granted, had become rare. This was the world into which Liu emerged, a man who would later carve out his destiny in ways that shocked both his allies and his enemies. Born into poverty, Liu didn't have the luxury of an aristocratic education or noble family ties. That, in some ways, gave him clarity. While the great families were content to wrangle over ceremonial posts, he saw that raw military strength, not lineage, was the real key to survival in such turbulent times. His early years as a soldier put him face to face with the chaos of the age. He wasn't raised in ivory towers or cushioned by poetry contests. He was hardened by mud, steel, and the bitter knowledge that only competence kept you alive on the battlefield. It might sound like fate was lining up neatly, but it's not that simple. Many men were born in poverty, many swung swords in the service of generals, and most vanished into obscurity. Liu's rise can only be understood when placed against the backdrop of the Eastern Jin's weakness. The dynasty's fragility created a vacuum. When institutions crumble, individuals can loom large. Without a strong throne or loyal bureaucracy, it fell to men of ambition and charisma to command attention. Liu Yu, through sheer grit and tactical brilliance, would step into that vacuum. Still, we shouldn't imagine that people at the time viewed the Jin dynasty as doomed. The court still functioned, rituals were performed, titles bestowed, and taxes collected. From the outside, it had the trappings of a dynasty. Yet insiders knew better. Each coup, each power struggle chipped away at its core. One general after another rose and fell, sometimes hailed as saviors, other times condemned as traitors. The throne was less a seat of power and more a prize to be manipulated. It's almost like watching a tired athlete who refuses to admit his injuries. He continues running the race, but everyone in the stands can see he's just a stumble away from collapse. The Jin's decline also coincided with the growing strength of the northern kingdoms, particularly the Northern Wei. The rulers there were consolidating power, building states that were increasingly organized and formidable. To the south, this was both a threat and a reminder. If the Jin didn't reform, it wouldn't just wither, it would be swept aside. People whispered about the need for a strong leader, someone who could cut through the rot, rally the armies, and bring dignity back to the south. The emperor himself was unlikely to fill that role, so eyes turned toward generals. That's when names like Liu Yu began to matter. Think of it this way. History often remembers dynasties by their founding moments, glorious peaks, and dramatic ends. But between those high points, there are periods like this, messy, uncertain, defined not by triumph but by waiting. The Eastern Jin was in a long twilight, and people sensed it. Some accepted it as inevitable, others plotted to take advantage, and still others dreamed of rebirth. Liu Yu belonged to that last group, but unlike most dreamers, he had the will and the skill to act. If you'd been a peasant at the time, maybe tilling fields along the Yangtze, you wouldn't have cared about which clan had influence at court or which general commanded which garrison. But you would have felt the instability in your bones. Bandits might raid your village, soldiers might conscript your sons, tax collectors might arrive demanding grain you couldn't spare. Stability wasn't an abstract political theory, it was whether your family survived the winter. When Liu Yu's armies later marched and restored some sense of order, it's little wonder that many common people viewed him not as another power-hungry warlord, but as someone who might finally bring real protection. Looking back, it almost feels like the fall of the Eastern Jin was scripted, the way a tree with rot at its core eventually crashes in a storm. But to contemporaries, it was a daily negotiation with uncertainty. Would the dynasty somehow reform and hold on? Would another general betray the throne? Would the North stay divided long enough for the South to cling to survival? These were the questions that haunted the age. And into that anxious silence, a new voice began to rise, the voice of Liu Yu, a man who would soon prove that the old order was not merely fragile, but finished. Liu Yu's early life has often been romanticized, and perhaps rightly so, because his rise from obscurity to the founder of a dynasty reads like something out of legend. He was not born with the weight of lineage behind him, nor with coffers of gold to smooth his way through the halls of power. Instead, he came from poverty, the kind of poverty that doesn't get recorded in official histories unless the child somehow claws his way out of it. His father died early, leaving him and his family in circumstances so meager that even basic survival was a struggle. For many in that position, anonymity was all but guaranteed. But Liu Yu had something different about him, a resilience forged not in comfort but in hardship. What's striking is how ordinary his beginnings were, at least on the surface. He worked menial jobs to survive, at one point even pulling carts to make a living. That detail, noted in historical sources, tells us a great deal. Pulling a cart was not a glamorous occupation. It was exhausting, dirty, and poorly paid. Yet it also required strength, discipline, and endurance. The young Liu Yu's body was hardened not by aristocratic training in calligraphy or music, but by the physical labor of hauling weight day after day. Perhaps unknowingly, he was preparing himself for the rigors of a soldier's life, where endurance and toughness mattered as much as skill with a weapon. When he finally joined the military, it wasn't through connections or noble family ties, but as a common soldier. Imagine him, just another face in the ranks, indistinguishable from hundreds of others except for the determination in his eyes. The Army of the Eastern Jin was a complicated institution at the time. Many of its soldiers were little more than conscripts, serving unwillingly, or peasants pressed into service with promises of land or tax relief. Discipline varied wildly depending on the general, and loyalty often wavered. But for Liu Yu, the army was an escape from poverty, a chance to make something of himself. And unlike many of his peers, he wasn't content with just surviving the campaigns. He intended to rise. He proved himself early. In skirmishes and patrols, he showed both courage and cunning. Unlike some commanders who relied purely on brute force, Liu had a knack for reading situations, for knowing when to strike and when to hold back. He wasn't reckless, but he wasn't timid either. One can almost imagine the way his fellow soldiers began to notice him, not just for his physical strength, but for the way he seemed to anticipate danger and adapt quickly. In an age when battles were chaotic and life could be lost in a single misstep, those qualities stood out. Another thing that set him apart was his ability to inspire. He was not educated in the refined rhetoric of the court, but he spoke plainly, directly, in words his comrades understood. Soldiers knew he wasn't putting on airs. He had worked, sweated, and bled as they had. When he encouraged them before a fight, it wasn't from the lofty perch of nobility, but from the shared ground of experience. That built loyalty. It's one thing to obey a general because you fear his power. It's another to follow a commander because you trust him with your life. Liu gradually built that kind of trust, and men would march further, fight harder, and endure more for him than for others. As his reputation grew, so did his responsibilities. He rose through the ranks, each promotion earned not by birth, but by battlefield performance. This was unusual in the rigidly aristocratic world of the Jin. Most generals were members of great families, men who inherited commands rather than proved themselves for them. Liu Yu's rise was a silent rebuke to that system. He showed that talent, grit, and loyalty could carve a path even without the backing of noble clans. It must have unnerved the elites at court, who were comfortable with their monopoly on power. Yet they couldn't ignore him. His victories made him indispensable. It's also important to understand the wider context of why Liu Yu's abilities mattered so much. The Jin dynasty was perpetually threatened, not just from the north, but also from internal rebellions and rival warlords. Generals who could actually win battles were rare, and so the court tolerated Liu Yu's rise because they needed him. Every time he put down a rebellion, defended a frontier, or expanded territory, his value increased. And every victory added to his personal authority, until he was more than just a general. He was a figure people began to whisper about, a man who could reshape the destiny of the realm. There's a story, whether embellished or not, about Liu Yu displaying remarkable bravery in battle, charging through enemy lines with ferocity that stunned both his allies and foes. Such tales spread quickly in military circles, and in an era when news was carried not by papers, but by gossip, songs, and stories, his reputation grew larger than life. Men wanted to serve under him, and enemies dreaded facing him. That kind of reputation is currency in chaotic times. It buys loyalty and fear, both of which are essential for survival. But Liu wasn't just a fighter. He was a thinker. He studied military tactics, not in libraries, but through practice and observation. He had the pragmatism of someone who knew that elegant theories often collapsed in the mud of real battlefields. He learned how to use terrain, how to exploit an enemy's weakness, and how to maintain discipline among troops even in the most desperate conditions. Over time, his forces became known for their cohesion and effectiveness. They were not the largest armies, but they were among the most reliable. What makes his story even more compelling is how he managed to balance ambition with patience. Many warlords of the era rose quickly, seized power rashly, and then fell just as fast. Liu Yu was different. He knew when to bide his time, when to strike, and when to hold back. That ability to wait for the right moment would serve him well later when he eventually took the throne. For now, though, he was still the rising general, carving his place in history step by step. One can't help but wonder how much his humble beginnings influenced his outlook. Unlike aristocrats who viewed peasants as distant, faceless laborers, Liu knew poverty firsthand. He understood what it meant to go hungry, to struggle, to be overlooked. That may be why he treated soldiers with more respect, or why he worked so hard to ensure that his men were cared for. He knew morale wasn't built on lofty ideals, but on whether men had food in their stomachs, confidence in their commander, and belief in the cause. His ascent also foreshadowed the decline of the aristocratic order that had dominated Eastern Jin politics. If someone like Liu could rise from nothing to command armies and influence the court, it meant the monopoly of the great families was breaking. He embodied merit in a system that had long resisted it. This alone made him both admired and resented. To soldiers and common people, he was proof that talent mattered. To aristocrats, he was a threat to the very structure of their world. And yet, in those early years, Liu was not yet the emperor-to-be. He was a man shaped by hardship, hardened by labor, and sharpened by war. He was a soldier who earned loyalty, a commander who studied his craft, and a leader whose rise was only possible because the times themselves were unstable. The Eastern Jin's fragility gave him room to grow, and his own determination ensured he would seize that opportunity. Step by step, battle by battle, he was moving toward something greater, even if he himself may not have fully realized it yet. Looking back, it's almost poetic how his story began. The image of a young man pulling a cart, anonymous and poor, contrasted with the later emperor who commanded the destiny of an empire, is the kind of transformation that feels scripted for epic tales. But it was real, and it was rooted not in luck alone, but in the relentless drive of a man who refused to be defined by the station of his birth. The time Liu had secured a name for himself in the Eastern Jin military, the stage was already crowded with ambitious men jostling for power. Yet among them, his star rose the fastest. What truly set him apart wasn't just bravery on the battlefield or the loyalty of his troops, it was his genius for strategy, his uncanny ability to turn chaos into opportunity. Campaign after campaign revealed not just a competent commander, but a man who could think several steps ahead, weaving bold gambits with an instinct for timing that seemed almost uncanny. His early tests came in the campaigns against rival warlords and rebellious generals within the Jin realm. One such confrontation was against Huan Xian, a powerful general who had seized control of the Jin court and proclaimed himself emperor in the early 5th century. Huan Xian wasn't the first to make a bid for the throne, but he was one of the most audacious. To many, it looked like the Jin dynasty had finally reached its end. Another usurper had grasped the dragon throne. Yet Liu saw opportunity. While others wavered or capitulated, he rallied his forces and struck decisively against Huan Xian's regime. The campaign was as much psychological as it was military. Liu understood that Huan Xian's power was fragile, built more on intimidation than on genuine loyalty. If he could break the illusion of Huan's invincibility, others would abandon him. In a series of battles, Liu's forces pressed hard, using speed and surprise to overwhelm larger enemy detachments. His men admired his willingness to lead from the front, but what they may not have seen was the calculation behind it. Liu knew that a dramatic show of courage would embolden his followers and shake the confidence of his enemies. The gamble worked. Huan Xian's regime collapsed, and Liu emerged as the man who had saved the dynasty from destruction. It was the kind of victory that reshaped reputations overnight. Suddenly, he wasn't just a general, he was a potential kingmaker. His actions had demonstrated not only military skill, but also a political nose for knowing when and where to strike. People began to look at him differently. To the aristocracy, he was both a savior and a threat. To the common people, he was a hero who had restored a semblance of order. But Liu wasn't finished. He turned his gaze northward, toward the fractured kingdoms that had sprouted from the ruins of earlier dynasties. These northern regimes were often dismissed by southerners as barbarian states, ruled by non-Han elites who had settled in the region. Yet they were formidable powers, and Liu knew that the dream of reunification, the dream that haunted southern hearts since the fall of the Han, could only be realized by challenging them. One of his most famous campaigns was against later Qin, a kingdom that controlled much of the Central Plains and held the once great capital of Chang'an. To march north was no small feat. The Yangtze River, the dynasty's shield, would be left behind, and Liu would be plunging deep into contested lands where supply lines were tenuous and loyalty uncertain. Many advised caution. Yet Liu pressed on, calculating that boldness itself could be a weapon. The campaign against later Qin showcased his brilliance. He understood that wars are won not only by swords, but by momentum. He advanced quickly, striking hard at vulnerable points, forcing his enemies to react rather than plan. His troops, hardened by years under his command, trusted his judgment and pushed forward even when the odds seemed uncertain. The capture of Chang'an in 417 was a stunning achievement. The city, once the heart of imperial grandeur, had been lost for generations. To see it reclaimed, even briefly, was an emotional triumph for Southerners. It was proof that the North could be taken back, that the humiliation of retreat could be reversed. The news of Chang'an's capture spread like wildfire. Songs were sung, poems composed, and people spoke of Liu as the man destined to restore China's unity. Yet here is where his pragmatism once again revealed itself. Instead of pressing further into the north, overextending his forces, Liu made the difficult decision to withdraw. Supplies were thin, local support uncertain, and the risks of holding the city outweighed the rewards. To some, it looked like a retreat. To others, it showed his discipline and restraint. He wasn't a gambler chasing glory. He was a realist who knew that sustainable power required patience. It's tempting to imagine what might have been if Liu had pressed further. Could he have reunited the empire decades earlier? Or would he have lost everything in a disastrous overstretch? We'll never know, but what we can say is this: his campaigns demonstrated both the possibility of reunification and the wisdom of measured ambition. He proved it could be done, but he also showed that timing was everything. Beyond Chang'an, Liu also fought against other warlords and rebels closer to home. Each campaign revealed the same hallmarks: swift movements, clever use of terrain, and an ability to inspire confidence in his men while sowing fear among his enemies. He had the knack for turning local advantages into decisive victories, whether by cutting supply lines, feigning retreats, or exploiting rivalries among his foes. His enemies rarely faced him directly for long. More often than not, they collapsed under the combined pressure of his military strength and his psychological edge. What's fascinating is how he combined ruthlessness with pragmatism. He could be merciful to surrendered foes if it secured loyalty, but he could also be merciless if he sensed betrayal. This duality kept people guessing: would Liu be the stern but fair commander, or the ruthless conqueror? The uncertainty itself was part of his strategy. Fear and respect, blended together, are a potent weapon. By the time he returned from his northern campaigns, his stature had eclipsed that of almost everyone else in the dynasty. He wasn't emperor yet, but in many ways, he already held the real power. His victories against Huan Xian, later Qin, and other rivals had made him indispensable to the survival of the Jin court. Without him, the dynasty might have already collapsed. With him, it endured, but at the cost of becoming increasingly dependent on his strength. And therein lay the paradox. The Jin dynasty was saved by Liu, but in being saved, it had also signed its death warrant. A dynasty that survives only because of one man's sword is already doomed, because sooner or later, that man will ask, "Why not take the throne for myself?" For now, though, Liu wore the mask of loyal servant. He marched, he fought, he won. Each campaign burnished his legend, and each victory brought him closer to the inevitable question of legitimacy. Could the Jin court really continue, fragile and dependent, when a man of such obvious power and charisma stood just outside the throne room? The campaigns had proven his genius, but they had also exposed the hollowness of the dynasty he fought for. And once everyone saw that contrast, there could only be one conclusion. The conquest of later Qin was more than just another military campaign for Liu. It was a moment that captured the imagination of an entire generation. To the people of the South, who had long lived under the shadow of the lost northern capitals, it was a taste, however fleeting, of what reunification might feel like. And for Liu himself, It was the crowning proof that he could do what no Eastern Jin emperor had managed in decades: extend the dynasty's hand north of the river and reclaim the heartland of China. Let's set the scene first. The later Qin dynasty, based in Chang'an, was one of the many northern regimes that had risen during the chaotic 16 Kingdoms era. It was ruled by Yao Xing and, later, his son Yao Hong, leaders of a state that was ethnically mixed and militarily formidable. Yet, by the time Liu cast his gaze upon it, later Qin was weakened by internal instability, court corruption, and pressure from its western neighbor, the rising Xia kingdom under the warlord Helyan Bobo. It was, in short, vulnerable. Liu Yu, ever the opportunist, saw his moment. The campaign began in 416, when Liu Yu assembled a large army and launched his bold strike northward. This was no small gamble. To leave the relative safety of the south, cross the Huai and Yellow rivers, and plunge deep into enemy territory required not only courage, but an extraordinary confidence in both his troops and his own command. He knew he was exposing himself to risks: long supply lines, uncertain terrain, the possibility of ambush, but he also knew that fortune favored boldness in an age where hesitation often meant irrelevance. His strategy was brilliant in its clarity. Rather than get bogged down in prolonged sieges or cautious advances, Liu emphasized speed and shock. He moved quickly, overwhelming enemy garrisons before they could properly respond. Town after town fell, and with each victory, his momentum grew. Soldiers marched with the knowledge that they were not merely fighting for spoils or survival, but for the chance to restore China's heartland. That sense of higher purpose infused the campaign with energy. As Liu Yu's forces advanced, the later Qin court descended into chaos. Yao Hong, the reigning ruler, was young and inexperienced, and his administration was riddled with indecision. Ministers bickered, generals hesitated, and morale in the later Qin ranks crumbled. Reports of Liu Yu's rapid victories spread fear faster than the army itself. In times of uncertainty, perception is as important as reality, and the perception of Liu Yu's invincibility became a weapon in its own right. The march toward Chang'an was almost surreal. For centuries, Chang'an had stood as the jewel of Chinese civilization, a capital of empires, a city of grandeur, the endpoint of the Silk Road. To reclaim it was more than a military achievement, it was a cultural and emotional triumph. Imagine what it must have felt like for soldiers from the south, who had grown up hearing stories of the city their ancestors once called the heart of empire, to finally march through its gates. The symbolism was enormous. In 417, Liu Yu's forces entered Chang'an, and with that, the later Qin collapsed. Yao Hong surrendered, and Liu Yu's banners flew over the city. It was, for a brief moment, as though the dream of reunification had come true. Southern poets and scholars celebrated in verse, praising Liu Yu as a new unifier, a man who had done what emperors had failed to do. Ordinary people saw him as a savior who had restored dignity to the South and avenged generations of humiliation. And yet, the story did not end with a glorious reunification. Here lies the paradox of Liu Yu's genius. He knew when to seize opportunity, but also when to walk away. Holding Chang'an was a different matter than conquering it. The city lay far from his base of power in the south. The supply lines stretched across hundreds of miles of hostile territory, and the local population's loyalty was uncertain at best. More importantly, threats loomed on every side. The Northern Wei, the most powerful of the northern states, eyed the situation hungrily. To overextend here could mean disaster, undoing all that had been gained. So Liu made a decision that shocked many. He pulled back. Rather than garrison Chang'an indefinitely, he ordered a withdrawal, bringing his forces south again. To his critics, it seemed like a squandered opportunity, a failure to finish what he had started. But to those who understood his pragmatism, it was a masterstroke of restraint. He had proven his point: the North was not untouchable, and he was capable of taking it. But he also knew that his ultimate ambitions lay not in holding a distant city, but in consolidating his power at home. For the people of Chang'an, the triumph was bittersweet. They had seen a glimpse of restoration, only to watch it slip away. But for Liu Yu, the campaign had served its purpose. It had demonstrated his unmatched military ability, rallied support across the south, and cemented his image as a man who could change the fate of the dynasty. His prestige soared, while the Jin Emperor's authority seemed ever more hollow. Everyone could see the contrast. The emperor performed rituals in Jiankang, while Liu reclaimed capitals with his sword. Which of the two, people began to wonder, truly deserved to rule? It's easy now to look back and criticize his withdrawal, to say he should have pressed on and attempted to unify China decades earlier. But one must remember the constraints of the time. Armies were expensive to maintain, the treasury was limited, and war fatigue was real. Moreover, Liu was no mere conqueror drunk on glory. He was a calculating strategist who knew that power is not only taken, it must also be kept. What good would it have been to hold Chang'an only to lose the south to rebellion or the north to counterattack? He chose the surer path: consolidate, bide time, and wait for the right moment to claim the throne. The conquest of later Qin thus stands as both a triumph and a lesson. It was triumph because it showed what was possible, what a capable leader could achieve even in an age of fragmentation. It was a lesson because it revealed the dangers of overreach and the need for caution. Liu embodied both qualities, the boldness to strike and the wisdom to retreat. Few leaders of the era managed that balance, and it is part of what made him exceptional. For the Jin dynasty, however, the conquest carried a dangerous irony. Liu's victory elevated him beyond the court's ability to contain him. He had shown that the dynasty's survival, and its hopes of restoration, rested on his shoulders alone. The emperor might wear the crown, but it was Liu who wielded the sword. And once that became clear, the question of who should truly rule ceased to be rhetorical. So the conquest of later Qin was not just a military campaign, it was the hinge on which history turned. It gave Liu the aura of destiny, the image of a man chosen by heaven to reunite the empire. But it also set the stage for the end of the Eastern Jin itself. For how could a fragile dynasty, propped up only by this one general, expect to endure once the general himself began to reach for the mandate of heaven? The conquest of later Qin had done more than elevate Liu's reputation. It had pushed him into a delicate, dangerous balancing act. On the one hand, he remained a general of the Eastern Jin dynasty, a loyal servant, at least in name, to the reigning emperor. On the other, he had demonstrated power and authority so far beyond the thrones that even the most cautious observers whispered about the inevitable. Everyone knew it. The dynasty's survival depended on Liu. But how long could a man with that kind of power remain content in the role of guardian and not claim the throne for himself? This tension between loyalty and ambition defined the next chapter of his career. To outward appearances, Liu was careful to maintain the facade of obedience. He continued to send reports to the Jin court, accepted titles and honors bestowed by the emperor, and performed the rituals of deference expected of a servant. But beneath that surface, he was quietly gathering the strings of power into his own hands. It's almost as if he wore two masks at once, the mask of the dutiful general for the court, and the mask of the calculating sovereign-in-waiting for those closest to him. The emperor himself, an almost powerless figurehead, was caught in this game. He could hardly oppose Liu. The general's victories had saved the dynasty from collapse more than once. To antagonize him would have been political suicide. And yet, the court aristocrats couldn't ignore the danger. Many of them had long relied on weak emperors to maintain their own power behind the scenes. Now they watched nervously as Liu overshadowed them all. They understood that if he ever chose to claim the throne, their privileges might vanish overnight. Some tried to undermine him quietly, but Liu's position was too strong, and their intrigues melted in the face of his authority. At the same time, Liu faced a genuine dilemma. He was ambitious, yes, but he was also pragmatic. To seize the throne outright was to invite accusations of treachery, a dangerous charge in an age where legitimacy mattered as much as force. The mandate of heaven wasn't just an abstract idea, it was a cultural anchor. A usurper had to justify his actions, to frame them not as naked ambition, but as heaven's will responding to earthly necessity. Liu understood this keenly. He couldn't simply march into the palace and declare himself emperor. He needed timing, justification, and the slow erosion of alternatives until his rule seemed not only possible but inevitable. so he walked a careful line. He projected loyalty in his words, but independence in his actions. He appointed men loyal to him in key military commands, ensuring that the army's loyalty was not to the throne but to him personally. He cultivated ties with the bureaucracy, rewarding those who supported him and quietly sidelining those who resisted. He presented himself as a stabilizer, a man preserving order amid chaos, and in doing so he made the court more and more dependent on his service. The brilliance of it all was that every step could be explained as loyalty, yet every step also edged him closer to sovereignty. This balancing act wasn't without risks. Other powerful figures had tried similar paths and failed. Warlords throughout history often stumbled either by reaching too far too quickly or by waiting too long and being outmaneuvered. Liu Yu's strength lay in his ability to sense the moment, to read the currents of power with uncanny precision. He knew that people still needed the illusion of the Jin dynasty, at least for now. To remove the emperor too soon would shatter the legitimacy that still bound the South together. But to wait too long would allow rivals to gather strength. Timing was everything. One can see this balancing act in the way he handled court politics after his northern campaigns. Victories against later Qin had given him unparalleled prestige, yet instead of immediately pressing his advantage, he accepted titles like Duke of Song and Generalissimo with a show of humility. These honors, bestowed by the Jin emperor, only highlighted the imbalance. The throne rewarded him, but the rewards themselves revealed who truly held power. It was a charade everyone played, but no one really believed. His restraint also served another purpose. By maintaining the facade of loyalty, Liu avoided alienating the aristocracy and bureaucrats too quickly. Many of them were cynical, yes, but they weren't fools. They could see where the winds were blowing, and as long as Liu Yu moved carefully, they were willing to adjust their loyalties in hopes of securing their place under the new order. If he had been reckless, he might have united them against him. Instead, he let them delude themselves into thinking they were still part of the game, even as he prepared to rewrite the rules. There's an almost Shakespearean quality to this period of Liu Yu's life. He was both the loyal servant and the hidden usurper, both protector and predator. People in the capital must have wondered, was he truly devoted to the dynasty, or was he waiting for the right moment to strike? The ambiguity was part of his genius. By never declaring his intentions openly, he denied his enemies a clear target. They could suspect, but they could not accuse without evidence. Meanwhile, each passing month tightened his grip on the levers of power. It's also worth considering the human side of this balancing act. Ambition isn't just strategy, it's also personal. Liu Yu had clawed his way from poverty, through the mud of battlefields, to the pinnacle of power. He had risked his life countless times, outmaneuvered rivals, and seen firsthand how weak emperors had squandered the empire's chances at reunification. Could a man like that really remain content in the role of servant? History tells us the answer, but even at the time, people must have felt the tension in the air. Every time the emperor honored him, it must have looked like a king feeding the tiger at his gates. The balancing act also revealed itself in how Liu cultivated the image of a moral, righteous leader. He didn't simply want to be seen as powerful, he wanted to be seen as virtuous, as someone guided by heaven's will rather than personal greed. He promoted Confucian values, emphasized the restoration of order, and spoke of protecting the people. This wasn't empty rhetoric, it was a calculated narrative that would later allow him to justify seizing the throne as a necessary act to save the empire. Ambition cloaked in virtue is far more palatable than ambition laid bare. Meanwhile, his military strength ensured that no one could openly challenge him. His soldiers were fiercely loyal, veterans who had fought alongside him and trusted his leadership. To them, the emperor in Jiankang was a distant, ceremonial figure. Their real loyalty was to the man who had led them through victory after victory. This reality meant that, even if the court had tried to oppose him, they lacked the muscle to make their resistance meaningful. The facade of loyalty thus concealed an unspoken truth: Liu could take the throne whenever he chose. The only question was when. Looking back, one can see how masterful the balancing act was. Liu didn't stumble into power by accident, nor did he rush headlong into treachery. He prepared carefully, built his foundations, and waited until the dynasty itself seemed ready to collapse under the weight of its own irrelevance. In doing so, he avoided the fate of countless other warlords who had overreached and been crushed. He was patient, disciplined, and utterly focused on the long game. But for all his caution, the tension was unsustainable. A system cannot endure when the figurehead wears the crown and another man holds the real power. Eventually, something had to give. The emperor's throne was little more than a stage prop, and everyone knew it. The court, the soldiers, the common people, all were waiting for the inevitable. Liu Yu had balanced loyalty and ambition for as long as he could, but balance is not the same as stability. Sooner or later, the scales would tip. By the time Liu Yu had proven himself indispensable, the question wasn't whether he could seize the throne, but how he would arrange the board so that when the moment came, no one could seriously oppose him. Power, after all, isn't just taken by force of arms. It's built like scaffolding, with allies, networks, and strategic moves that ensure survival in the inevitable storms. For Liu Yu, consolidation was the next phase of his career. He began with the military because in that age, control of soldiers was the foundation of everything else. His armies were already loyal, bound to him not by pay alone, but by the memory of shared hardships and victories. Yet Liu didn't take that loyalty for granted. He rewarded his men generously with promotions, land, and honors whenever possible. He made sure that soldiers felt their service mattered, that they weren't expendable pawns, but vital parts of his vision. He understood morale not as an abstract principle, but as a lived reality. Hungry soldiers mutter, but fed soldiers fight. Overlooked veterans desert, but rewarded veterans stay. This practical approach meant his forces were more than an army. They were a personal instrument of power, an extension of himself. Still, military loyalty alone wasn't enough. Dynasties are overthrown not only by swords, but by whispers in court chambers. The aristocrats and officials of Jiankang remained wary, even hostile, to his growing power. Liu approached them with a mixture of charm and intimidation. For those willing to cooperate, he extended opportunities, appointments, land, positions of prestige. For those who resisted, he was ruthless. Some were sidelined, stripped of influence, or quietly eliminated. The message was clear: there was no neutral ground. One was either with Liu Yu or against him, and to be against him was dangerous. What made Liu Yu especially effective was his ability to read people. He knew which officials could be swayed with honors, which generals could be bought with promotions, and which rivals could never be trusted. For the latter, he struck preemptively, neutralizing threats before they could grow. In this way, he pruned the political landscape, ensuring that only those willing to support him remained in positions of significance. The aristocracy, long accustomed to manipulating weak emperors, now found themselves being manipulated instead. The politics of survival also required controlling the narrative. Liu was careful to frame his rise not as a power grab, but as a service to the dynasty. He presented himself as the protector of the realm, the man preserving stability while weak emperors faltered. This narrative was powerful because it wasn't entirely untrue. Without him, the Eastern Jin likely would have collapsed. He leaned on this truth, using it to justify his dominance. To the court, to the soldiers, to the common people, he wasn't undermining the dynasty, he was saving it. And if he seemed to grow stronger than the emperor himself, well, wasn't that what survival required? He also understood the importance of symbolism. Accepting titles like Duke of Song or Prince of Song, granted by the Jin court, was more than ceremony. It gave him a veneer of legitimacy, a stepping stone toward greater claims. Each new honor, while ostensibly a reward for service, also confirmed his supremacy. The court, by bestowing such titles, was in fact digging its own grave. The emperor appeared as the giver, but everyone could see the reality. Liu earned them through power, and the throne merely acknowledged what already existed. Rivals inevitably emerged. Some generals and ministers, seeing Liu Yu's trajectory, tried to resist or plot against him. But his strength lay not only in his military or political skill, it lay in timing. He had a knack for striking before opposition could solidify. If whispers of rebellion surfaced, he moved swiftly to silence them. If rumors of disloyalty spread, he acted decisively, making examples of dissenters. These acts of ruthlessness weren't random, they were calculated to maintain fear and discourage resistance. His rivals learned quickly. To oppose Liu was not merely dangerous, it was fatal. At the same time, he cultivated allies carefully. Not all relationships were based on fear. Some were genuine partnerships built on shared ambition. He elevated men of talent regardless of their aristocratic pedigree, a practice that earned him the loyalty of those outside the traditional elite. For ambitious officials and younger generals, Liu was a beacon of opportunity, a man who rewarded merit rather than birth. This policy not only strengthened his own base, but also undermined the entrenched power of aristocratic families. Slowly, the old order was eroded, replaced by a new network of loyalists tied directly to him. Of course, this consolidation didn't happen overnight. It was a slow tightening of the net, a deliberate process of removing rivals, rewarding allies, and expanding influence. Each move was subtle enough to avoid outright confrontation with the throne, yet bold enough to leave no doubt about his dominance. By the time the court realized how thoroughly he had restructured the balance of power, it was too late. The emperor's authority was little more than a formality, and Liu stood at the center of a web that stretched from the barracks to the bureaucracy. The politics of survival in this era were brutal, and Liu was as much a survivor as he was a conqueror. He never underestimated the dangers of ambition. Many before him had risen quickly, only to be destroyed by miscalculation. He knew that survival required vigilance. Trust was rare, suspicion was constant, and loyalty had to be reinforced continuously. This constant awareness gave his politics a sharp edge. He was always one step ahead, always prepared to defend his position. But it wasn't only about survival. Consolidation also meant preparing for the future. Liu knew that his ambitions extended beyond being a general or even a kingmaker. He wanted to found a dynasty, to establish something lasting. That required more than power, it required legitimacy. So while he maneuvered behind the scenes, he also laid the groundwork for his eventual claim to the mandate of heaven. He emphasized order, stability, and protection of the people, all the qualities that Confucian ideology associated with rightful rule. He wasn't just powerful, he was moral, righteous, and aligned with heaven's will, or at least, that's how he wanted to be seen. The irony is that even as he presented himself as the savior of the Jin dynasty, every step he took hollowed it out further. The emperor's role shrank with each passing year, the aristocrats lost influence, and the dynasty itself became a shell propped up by Liu Yu's authority. Consolidation wasn't just about preparing for the future, it was about making the present untenable for anyone but him. By the time he was ready to move, the transition would feel less like a coup and more like a natural shift. After all, who else could rule? What makes Liu Yu's consolidation so fascinating is how human it was. It wasn't just cold strategy. It was also about trust, betrayal, loyalty, and fear. Allies who had supported him early sometimes found themselves discarded when they became inconvenient. Rivals who had once been powerful became footnotes in his story. And through it all, Liu remained at the center, both admired and feared, a man whose survival instinct was as sharp as his sword. Looking back, one can see how brilliantly he navigated this period. He didn't seize power in a reckless rush. He built it carefully, step by step, ensuring that by the time he reached for the throne, no one could stop him. His allies were in place, his rivals were gone, his soldiers were loyal, and the court was dependent. The politics of survival had become the politics of inevitability. By the early 420s, the balance Liu had so carefully maintained between service and sovereignty was stretched to its breaking point. The Eastern Jin dynasty had become little more than a ceremonial relic, and everyone knew it. Rituals were still performed in Jiankang, decrees still issued in the emperor's name, but real power flowed through Liu Yu's hands. His consolidation of allies, the elimination of rivals, and the loyalty of the army left no doubt. He was the dynasty's guardian in name, but its master in truth. And at some point, every guardian begins to wonder if guarding is enough. The fateful decision to end the Eastern Jin was not a sudden outburst of ambition, but the culmination of years of calculation. Liu had built his scaffolding carefully, and now it was time to climb to the top. Yet he faced a delicate task. Simply seizing the throne by brute force would taint his reign with the stigma of naked usurpation. Chinese political culture, steeped in the Confucian ideal of the mandate of heaven, demanded a justification. Heaven did not smile upon reckless ambition, it smiled upon those who claimed to act for the greater good, to restore order when chaos reigned. Liu understood this deeply. If he wanted his dynasty to last, he needed to frame his seizure of power not as treachery, but as salvation. The rhetoric began quietly, almost imperceptibly. Loyalists whispered about the emperor's weakness, his inability to govern, the corruption of the court. Scholars and officials penned memorials praising Liu's service, his victories, his moral character. The argument practically wrote itself. The Jin dynasty had exhausted heaven's mandate, and only Liu could preserve the empire. To resist him was not loyalty but stubbornness, a refusal to recognize heaven's will. By the time the idea of his enthronement became openly discussed, it seemed less like a coup and more like a duty. Even so, the transition required choreography. The reigning emperor, Jin Gongdi, was placed under Liu's watchful eye. Gongdi was a child, installed on the throne after his brother had been deposed, and his reign was entirely controlled by regents who themselves bowed to Liu. The boy emperor was a convenient figurehead, one who could be displaced without much resistance. Still, Liu moved cautiously. He staged the abdication as a voluntary act, an emperor stepping aside for the good of the realm. The ceremony was dressed in the language of continuity. Heaven had chosen a new ruler, but the empire itself endured. It's worth pausing to appreciate the irony. Liu had spent years presenting himself as the loyal servant of the dynasty, even as he hollowed it out from within. Now, at the decisive moment, he needed the dynasty's cooperation, at least in appearance, to sanctify its own destruction. The Eastern Jin, powerless as it was, still carried the weight of legitimacy. By arranging for Gongdi's abdication, Liu wrapped himself in that legitimacy, transforming what might have looked like raw usurpation into the orderly transfer of heaven's mandate. In 420, the charade reached its climax. Gongdi was compelled to issue an edict of abdication, declaring that heaven and earth had chosen Liu to carry on the mandate. The court, its protests silenced by years of careful intimidation and co-option, played its part. Rituals were conducted, sacrifices made, and Liu ascended the throne as Emperor Wu of the newly founded Liu-Song Dynasty. The Eastern Jin was finished. For the people of the South, the change may not have felt immediately dramatic. Tax collectors still came, soldiers still patrolled, officials still issued decrees. Dynasties often fell not with fire and blood, but with the quiet reshuffling of power at the top. And yet, beneath the surface, it was seismic. For the first time in nearly 2 centuries, a man of humble birth, not of aristocratic pedigree, had claimed the throne of China. Liu was not merely another general. He was a founder, a man who had pulled himself from obscurity to carve a dynasty out of ambition and steel. Not everyone was pleased, of course. Some aristocrats grumbled in private, resentful that a man of lowly origins had supplanted them. Loyalists to the Jin, few though they were, muttered about betrayal. But these voices were drowned by the chorus of pragmatism. Liu's reign offered stability, and stability was precious. Better a usurper who could command armies and restore order than an emperor who commanded nothing but rituals. The decision to end the Eastern Jin also reflected a broader reality of Chinese history. Dynasties did not die solely because of the ambitions of usurpers. They died because they had already lost the vitality to defend themselves. By the time Liu stepped forward, the Jin was not toppled by his push. It had already collapsed under its own weight, and he merely picked up the crown from the rubble. Seen in this light, his usurpation was less an act of destruction than one of salvage. Still, it would be wrong to strip the moment of its drama. Imagine the scene. The boy Emperor Gongdi, compelled to hand over the throne, the court, dressed in ritual robes, bowing to a new master, the soldiers of Liu standing by, silent reminders of where true power lay. The rituals were meant to smooth the rupture, to make it appear seamless. But everyone in that room must have felt the enormity of what was happening. The Eastern Jin, the dynasty that had clung to life for over a century in the south, was gone. A new age had begun. Liu Yu's decision was fateful not only for him, but for the trajectory of Chinese history. His dynasty, the Liu-Song, would rule for nearly 60 years, shaping the culture, politics, and society of the Southern Dynasty's period. His rise also shattered the aristocracy's monopoly on power, proving that a man of humble birth could claim the mandate. That precedent would echo throughout Chinese history, inspiring future founders who likewise rose from obscurity to imperial grandeur. Yet in the moment, Liu Yu's thoughts were likely more immediate. He had achieved what few men ever dream of. He had taken the throne. But seizing power is only half the battle. The other half, holding it, would prove far more difficult. For all his brilliance, Liu is not immortal. He would die only 2 years into his reign, leaving the fragile new dynasty to his heirs. And therein lay the tragedy of his fateful decision. He had secured a throne, but could not secure the stability of the generations that followed. Looking back, the end of the Eastern Jin feels inevitable. The dynasty had lost its vitality, and Liu Yu's ambition provided the final push. But inevitability is often a trick of hindsight. At the time, the decision was fraught with risk. Had he moved too soon, he might have been branded a traitor and overthrown. Had he waited too long, rivals might have seized the initiative. That he judged the timing so perfectly is a testament to his political genius. The decision was fateful not because it was sudden, but because it was precise, the culmination of a long game played with patience, ruthlessness, and vision. And so the Eastern Jin passed into history, replaced by the Liu-Song. The river of dynasties flowed on, its waters churned by ambition, loyalty, and betrayal. For Liu Yu, the cart puller turned emperor, the decision to end one dynasty and begin another was not simply the fulfillment of ambition, it was the vindication of a life lived against the odds, proof that in an age of collapse, one man's will could remake the world. When Liu finally stood as Emperor Wu of the newly proclaimed Liu-Song Dynasty in 420, the moment carried weight beyond the ceremony itself. A cart puller turned soldier, a soldier turned general, and a general turned emperor. His rise was the stuff of legend. But beyond the personal triumph, there was the task of turning this seizure of power into something that looked and felt legitimate. A dynasty doesn't survive on force alone. It survives on the ability to convince people that its rule is rightful, natural, and ordained by heaven. That was the challenge Liu faced in those first months as emperor. The proclamation of the Liu-Song was choreographed with meticulous care. Rituals, sacrifices, and declarations were made in the language of continuity, not rupture. The court proclaimed that the Eastern Jin had exhausted its mandate, and heaven had chosen Liu to carry on the great lineage of Chinese sovereignty. It wasn't described as an overthrow, it was an abdication, a peaceful transfer sanctioned by the cosmos itself. The boy Emperor Gongdi had stepped aside, and Liu Yu was presented not as a usurper, but as a guardian fulfilling heaven's will. This was a common script in Chinese political culture, but Liu Yu and his advisors played it flawlessly. Titles and honors were restructured to fit the new order. Liu Yu traced his dynasty's legitimacy through the Duke of Song title he had held, making the transition look like the natural elevation of a house already recognized by the Jin. He took the dynastic name Song, later remembered as Liu-Song, to distinguish it from the northern Song centuries later, to tie his regime to both tradition and renewal. Even the name carried symbolism. It evoked continuity with his prior title while signaling a fresh beginning. For the people, the proclamation might have felt distant at first. Farmers in the countryside, merchants in the markets, artisans in the towns, they still tilled, traded, and crafted as before. Yet word spread quickly. Ballads, gossip, and proclamations made their way along the rivers and roads. The Jin is gone, the song has begun, people would say. For some, the change meant little more than a new name stamped on tax receipts. For others, it stirred hope. Liu Yu, after all, wasn't just another aristocrat. He was a man who had clawed his way up from obscurity, who had beaten back warlords and reclaimed the northern capital of Chang'an, if only briefly. His rise suggested strength, and in an age wearied by weakness, strength itself was legitimacy. Of course, legitimacy also required managing the elite. The aristocratic clans, though weakened, remained influential. Liu needed them, at least temporarily, to staff his administration and maintain continuity. So he struck a bargain of sorts. Many were kept in their posts, showered with titles and honors that preserved their dignity while stripping them of real independence. Others who had resisted were quietly purged. The message was unmistakable: cooperate and flourish, oppose and perish. The families that adjusted quickly found themselves integrated into the new order, while those who clung to Jin loyalty faded into irrelevance. The proclamation also carried a powerful symbolic resonance for the army. Soldiers who had marched under Liu now marched under an emperor they already adored. Unlike the aloof emperors of the Jin, who rarely left their palaces, Liu was one of them. He had fought beside them, shared their hardships, and rewarded their loyalty. Now he sat on the throne, and their service had been vindicated. It wasn't just his dynasty, it was theirs too. That sense of shared ownership gave the Liu-Song military a cohesion that the Jin had long lacked. But beyond the immediate political theater, the proclamation was also a statement of ambition. Liu wasn't content to preside over a fragmented south. His earlier campaigns into the north had shown both what was possible and what remained unfinished. The dynasty he founded carried in its very DNA the aspiration of reunification. Every proclamation, every ritual emphasized not only the preservation of the South, but the promise of restoring the empire. In this sense, the Liu-Song was born with both a burden and a dream, to prove itself worthy by reuniting China. At the same time, Liu was acutely aware of the fragility of power. He had taken the throne, yes, but he knew how quickly such gains could unravel. Usurpers throughout history had risen only to be toppled within years by rivals, rebels, or foreign threats. Legitimacy was not permanent, it had to be reinforced constantly. So Liu began laying the foundations of stability. He restructured the bureaucracy, placing trusted allies in key posts. He reorganized the military, ensuring that central command flowed through loyal officers. He tightened the fiscal system, aware that without steady revenue, armies starved and states crumbled. Each move was aimed not at grandeur but at survival. Yet for all his pragmatism, Liu also cultivated grandeur when it mattered. The proclamation of the dynasty was wrapped in ritual and spectacle. Temples were rededicated, altars built, sacrifices made to heaven and earth. Court ceremonies were conducted with the full weight of Confucian tradition, signaling continuity with the great dynasties of the past. Even if his personal origins were humble, his regime clothed itself in the robes of antiquity. He understood that symbols mattered as much as swords. What's striking is how quickly the Liu-Song began to look and feel like an established dynasty. Within months of its proclamation, officials and generals referred to it not as a provisional order, but as the rightful ruling house. Children born in 420 would grow up knowing only the Liu-Song as their dynasty. The speed with which the Jin faded into memory underscores just how hollow it had become by its final years. Legitimacy, once lost, can evaporate almost overnight, and Liu's proclamation was the spark that lit that transition. Still, doubts lingered. Some wondered if the dynasty could outlast its founder. Liu's personal strength was undeniable, but could his successors match it? Would the court aristocrats, long resentful of his rise, accept his heirs? Would the northern kingdoms tolerate his ambitions? These questions simmered beneath the surface, even as the new dynasty celebrated its birth. In that sense, the proclamation was both a triumph and a gamble. It gave Liu the throne, but it also set expectations that his dynasty would prove itself worthy. Looking back, one can see how carefully Liu managed the narrative of legitimacy. He didn't claim the throne by force alone. He claimed it by weaving himself into the fabric of heaven's will, Confucian tradition, and popular hope. He wasn't just another warlord seizing power. He was, in the official story, the man chosen to restore order. Whether people believed it fully or not, enough accepted it to make his rule real. And in politics, perception is reality. The proclamation of the Liu-Song Dynasty in 420 thus marked both an end and a beginning. It ended the long twilight of the Eastern Jin, a dynasty that had survived more out of inertia than vitality. And it began a new experiment, a dynasty founded not by aristocratic lineage but by merit, ambition, and the sword. For Liu Yu, it was the culmination of a lifetime of struggle. For China, it was another turn in the endless cycle of dynasties rising and falling, each claiming heaven's mandate, each promising to restore the realm. For a brief, glittering moment, the promise seemed real. The Liu-Song had been proclaimed with confidence, ambition, and the veneer of legitimacy. The founder sat secure on the throne, and the empire looked to the future with cautious hope. Whether that promise would endure was another matter, but in 420, when the banners of Liu Yu's new dynasty first unfurled, it felt as though a new chapter of Chinese history had opened, bright with possibility and heavy with the weight of destiny. After the banners of the Liu-Song were raised and Liu claimed the title of Emperor Wu, the euphoria of founding a dynasty quickly gave way to the sober realities of ruling one. The fanfare of rituals and proclamations might secure the throne in the short term, but to make his new order last, Liu needed more than symbolism. He needed reforms, practical measures that would stabilize governance, bring the court under control, and give his dynasty the legitimacy of effective rule, not just military power. The early years of the Liu-Song were thus defined by an intense focus on reorganization, discipline, and the steady, often unglamorous work of statecraft. Liu knew better than most that his regime was precarious. He had seized power not through inheritance, but through conquest, and that meant suspicion lingered in every corner of the court. The aristocrats tolerated him because they had no choice, but many resented the humiliation of bowing to a man who had once been a common soldier. The bureaucracy was wary, unsure how long his dynasty would last, and already hedging its bets. And the military, though loyal to him personally, could not simply be left to its own devices without risking rebellion or fragmentation. In this tense environment, reform was both a necessity and a survival strategy. One of his first priorities was tightening control over the aristocracy. For centuries, great families had monopolized office, passing positions from father to son as though they were hereditary estates. This had left the state riddled with inefficiency and arrogance. Liu began to chip away at this system, appointing men of talent from outside the old clans, often men whose loyalty was to him personally rather than to their ancestral name. This was a radical shift. It broke the stranglehold of aristocratic privilege and introduced the idea, however limited, that merit and loyalty could outweigh lineage. Naturally, this angered many nobles, but Liu was careful not to alienate them all at once. He kept some in high positions, offering them honorific titles and ceremonial duties, while steadily reducing their influence over the levers of real power. It was a balancing act, enough inclusion to prevent revolt, enough exclusion to build his own base. He also tackled corruption, which had long plagued the Jin court. Officials under the old regime had grown accustomed to skimming taxes, extorting peasants, and enriching themselves under the guise of imperial service. Liu Yu, who had known poverty firsthand, was less tolerant of such abuses. He issued edicts demanding accountability, conducted inspections, and punished offenders with severity. Some were executed, others stripped of office, and still others fined heavily. The message was unmistakable. The new dynasty would not tolerate the rot that had hollowed out the Jin. Of course, corruption never truly disappears, it adapts, but Liu Yu's early crackdown set a tone that his reign was not business as usual. The military, his greatest strength, also demanded reform. Armies in that era were notoriously difficult to manage, loyal to their generals rather than the state, prone to mutiny when underpaid, and often tempted into banditry when left idle. Liu reorganized his forces, disbanding units that posed potential threats and redistributing soldiers into new commands loyal to him. He appointed trusted officers, many of them his old comrades, to key positions, ensuring the chain of command flowed back to his person. He also took steps to maintain discipline, reminding his men that their loyalty was not only to him but to the dynasty he now embodied. It was no longer Liu the general they served, it was Emperor Wu of Song. The economy, too, came under his attention. Years of war had devastated agriculture, leaving fields untended and villages depopulated. To rebuild, Liu encouraged resettlement, offering land and tax incentives to farmers willing to reclaim abandoned fields. He also tightened the fiscal system, seeking to ensure that tax revenues reached the state rather than vanishing into the pockets of corrupt officials. Grain storage was expanded to prepare for famines, and local officials were pressed to ensure stability in their jurisdictions. These measures were not glamorous, but they were essential. Without food, there could be no army. Without revenue, no administration. Court politics remained a battlefield of its own. Even after his enthronement, factions jostled for influence. Some aristocrats hoped to manipulate the new emperor as they had manipulated weak Jin rulers. But Liu proved far less pliant. He attended court personally, involved himself in decision-making, and made it clear that he, not his ministers, held ultimate authority. He could be brusque, even harsh, in cutting through the endless debates and intrigue that characterized court life. This sometimes alienated traditionalists, but it reinforced his image as a ruler who valued action over empty words. Yet Liu also knew the importance of appearances. He presented himself as a Confucian ruler, emphasizing filial piety, ritual, and moral governance. Edicts were framed in the language of duty and benevolence, even when they concealed ruthlessness. This duality, harsh pragmatism wrapped in moral rhetoric, was a hallmark of his reign. To the court and the people, he was not merely a conqueror, he was a restorer of order, a man aligning himself with heaven's mandate through just governance. Still, cracks remained. The aristocracy simmered with resentment, and some officials whispered that his humble origins made him unworthy of the throne. Rumors circulated about his ruthlessness, his willingness to execute rivals, his suspicion even of allies. Yet, such criticisms rarely found open expression. The memory of his military triumphs was too fresh, his grip on power too tight. The court might resent him, but it also feared him. For ordinary people, however, the early reforms were a breath of stability. Tax collection became more predictable, banditry declined as the army asserted control, and famine relief was better organized. Life was still hard, centuries of turmoil could not be erased overnight, but there was a sense that the new dynasty, whatever its flaws, was at least functional. In an age where survival often depended on whether the state could provide basic order, that alone was a form of legitimacy. It is tempting, when looking back, to see Liu's early reforms as the work of a visionary founder laying the foundations of a long-lasting dynasty. And to some extent, they were. He understood that raw power was not enough, that institutions, however fragile, were necessary. Yet there was also an urgency, even a desperation, to his efforts. He knew he didn't have time on his side. He was not a young man anymore, and his health was already declining. Every reform carried a sense of haste, as though he was racing against the clock to solidify his creation before fate intervened. And indeed, fate would intervene sooner than he, or anyone, expected. Liu died in 422, only 2 years after founding his dynasty. His reforms, though impactful, were left unfinished, and the stability he sought to build proved fragile in the hands of his successors. What he had created was impressive, but it was also precarious. The Liu-Song would endure for decades, but it would never quite escape the shadow of its founder's brief reign. Still, those early reforms mattered. They gave the dynasty a foundation, however shaky, and set precedents for the rulers who followed. They showed that governance could not rely solely on aristocratic privilege, that corruption had to be checked, that the military had to be disciplined, and that legitimacy had to be cultivated through both action and rhetoric. Liu's attempt to stabilize governance may not have secured his dynasty for the ages, but it provided a model flawed, incomplete, but real, for what a strong ruler could achieve, even in the most unstable of times. The ink on the proclamations of the Liu-Song dynasty was barely dry when fate struck its founder. In 422, only 2 years after he had taken the throne, Liu, now Emperor Wu, died. It was a shock that reverberated through the court, the army, and the provinces. For decades, Liu's name had been synonymous with stability and power. He was the warlord who had broken Huan Xian, the general who had reclaimed Chang'an, the usurper who had transformed himself into an emperor. He had built his dynasty with his own hands. And yet, like so many rulers before him, he could not outpace mortality. His death was untimely, not because it came early in absolute years, he was in his mid-50s, but because it came before his new dynasty was truly secured. The transition of power is always the most dangerous moment for a regime born of personal charisma. So much of the Liu-Song's legitimacy rested not on institutions, but on Liu himself. His soldiers had followed him. His officials had obeyed him. His subjects had tolerated upheaval because he seemed capable of delivering stability. Remove the man, and the scaffolding looked fragile. The question loomed, could his dynasty survive without its founder? The throne passed to his son, Liu Fu, posthumously known as Emperor Shao. On paper, the succession was smooth. Shao was the eldest son, and in dynastic tradition, primogeniture carried its weight. The court declared him emperor, and the rituals of succession unfolded as they were supposed to. Yet beneath the surface, unease spread quickly. Shao was only in his teens, inexperienced, and far from the disciplined, hardened figure his father had been. He had grown up in the shadow of Liu Yu's conquests, sheltered by privilege rather than forged by hardship. For a dynasty so new, this was a problem. The Liu-Song needed a ruler who could project strength, command loyalty, and reassure both soldiers and officials that the dynasty had not lost its anchor. Instead, it got a boy who seemed unfit to shoulder the weight of empire. Rumors began to circulate almost immediately about his indulgence, his naivete, his inability to control the court. Ministers whispered in corners, generals exchanged uneasy glances. Everyone knew the lesson of Chinese history. Dynasties built on fragile foundations often collapsed at the first sign of weakness. Court politics turned toxic. With Liu Yu gone, his careful balancing act among aristocrats, officials, and generals unraveled. The young emperor was quickly surrounded by advisors and courtiers who sought to manipulate him. He lacked his father's authority to keep them in check, and factions multiplied. Each sought to use the boy as a puppet to control the throne through him. The palace became less a center of command than a stage for intrigue, with ministers competing for influence and whisper campaigns poisoning the air. Meanwhile, the army grew restless. Soldiers had sworn loyalty to Liu Yu, and many wondered whether his son could command the same devotion. Some were skeptical, others were openly dismissive. The discipline that had characterized the founder's command began to erode. Without the iron hand of Liu Yu, cracks appeared. Generals who had long bowed to the founder now considered their own ambitions. Would the dynasty endure, or would they need to prepare for the next power struggle? For ordinary people, the transition was unsettling but not immediately catastrophic. Taxes were still collected, fields still tilled, markets still bustled. Yet uncertainty seeped into the countryside as news spread that the emperor was a boy and the court in disarray. The fragile trust that Liu Yu had built began to weaken. Stability, people realized, was tied not to the institutions of state, but to the character of the man on the throne. And this new emperor did not inspire confidence. Within the court, a consensus began to form among senior ministers and generals. Emperor Shao was unfit to rule. This wasn't simply a matter of aristocratic snobbery or factional rivalry, it was a genuine fear for the dynasty's survival. A weak emperor, so soon after the dynasty's founding, could unravel everything Liu Yu had built. Better, some argued, to replace him with a more capable sibling than to risk collapse. It was a dangerous line of thinking, but one that grew harder to suppress as Shao's missteps multiplied. The whispers turned into plots. Ministers and generals weighed their options. Some advocated patience, hoping the boy might mature. Others argued that the risk was too great. Eventually, the latter view prevailed. In a dramatic move, Emperor Shao was deposed after only a short reign. His removal was justified in the language of necessity. The dynasty needed a ruler capable of securing its future, and Shao had proven himself inadequate. It was a shocking act, but one cloaked in the rhetoric of salvation. The deposition of Shao revealed much about the fragility of the Liu-Song. Dynasties built on the charisma of a founder often stumble when succession arrives too soon. The early death of Liu meant that his dynasty had no time to build strong institutions or traditions of loyalty that could transcend personalities. Without him, the edifice wobbled. Shao, young and inexperienced, could not study it, and so the court took matters into its own hands. For Liu's legacy, this was bittersweet. He had founded a dynasty with immense promise, only to see his eldest son deemed unworthy almost immediately. Yet, in another sense, his vision endured. The court did not restore the gene, nor did generals proclaim independence. Instead, they accepted that the Liu-Song was the rightful ruling house, just not under Shao. The dynasty survived, if not in the way Liu had imagined. In retrospect, the transition from Liu to Shao underscores a recurring truth about leadership. A founder's strength can win battles, claim thrones, and build dynasties, but without mechanisms to transfer authority securely, all that power dies with him. Liu's brilliance had secured the empire, but his sudden death exposed the fragility of his creation. The boy on the throne was no substitute for the man who had built it, and so the court did what courts often do in times of crisis. It acted ruthlessly to preserve itself. For the people of the South, the dynastic name remained the same. The song banners still flew, the laws still applied, and the empire still claimed heaven's mandate. Yet they must have felt, even if only faintly, that something had been lost. The founder who had inspired hope was gone, replaced by palace intrigue and uncertainty. What had seemed like the dawn of stability in 420 was already, by 422, showing cracks. The Liu-Song had survived its founder's death, but only just. When Liu died in 422, his son Liu-Fu, known to history as Emperor Shao, took the throne. On parchment, the succession looked tidy, the kind of seamless transfer that court historians liked to frame as a sign of heaven's favor. But in practice, it was anything but smooth. Shao's reign was brief, troubled, and haunted from its first day by doubts about his ability to rule. He was barely into his teens, inexperienced, and utterly unprepared for the realities of governing an empire held together by the force of his father's will. The dynasty was only 2 years old, still fragile and suspicious of itself. To place it in the hands of a boy was to invite uncertainty, and in early medieval China, uncertainty was almost always fatal. At court, Shao quickly became the pawn of factions. Powerful ministers and generals who had survived the transition from Jin to Song saw in him an opportunity. A boy on the throne meant real power could be wielded by those behind the curtains. Shao's advisors, regents, and relatives competed for influence, whispering in his ear, manipulating decrees, and bending policy toward their interests. The boy emperor, overwhelmed, lacked both the instinct and the strength to resist. It wasn't just his age that made him vulnerable. He had grown up sheltered, surrounded by luxury, and spared the trials that had hardened his father. While Liu had known poverty and labor, Shao had known comfort and flattery. That difference mattered. He struggled to understand the weight of responsibility or the ruthlessness required to maintain control in an era where generals mutinied, aristocrats schemed, and neighbors on the northern frontier eyed every weakness. He relied heavily on those around him, but those around him were far from trustworthy. Court politics under Shao descended quickly into a contest of personalities. Ministers jockeyed for appointments, generals courted his favor, and the great families tried to reassert themselves after being sidelined by Liu's merit-based promotions. The aristocracy, long resentful of the founder's harsh treatment, saw in Shao a chance to regain influence. They flattered him, appealed to his vanity, and nudged him toward indulgence. Slowly, the careful balance Liu had constructed between old families and new loyalists began to unravel. For the soldiers, this was a dangerous shift. They had pledged loyalty to Liu, a commander they respected, but they did not see the same qualities in his son. Shao lacked military experience, and his courtly demeanor did little to inspire the hardened veterans who had fought under his father. Rumors spread of dissatisfaction in the ranks, of officers questioning whether the boy emperor could truly command. Discipline weakened, and loyalty wavered. In a dynasty so new, this was perilous. An emperor without the army was an emperor in name only. Beyond the palace walls, unrest stirred. Heavy taxation, necessary to sustain the military and rebuild after decades of war, burdened the peasants. Banditry flared in some provinces, and local officials, emboldened by the court's weakness, pursued their own interests with less fear of retribution. The sense of stability that Liu had worked so hard to create began to fray. For common people, the difference between one dynasty and another was often measured not by names on edicts, but by whether they felt safe from soldiers and tax collectors. Under Shao, security felt less certain. What makes his reign particularly tragic is how quickly doubts about his fitness turned into open talk of removal. Barely a year into his rule, ministers and generals whispered that the boy was unfit. His indulgence in pleasure, his reliance on sycophants, and his inability to assert authority all confirmed their fears. The Liu-Song could not afford a weak emperor so soon after its founding. If the dynasty collapsed now, it might never recover. The decision to depose him was not taken lightly, but it was taken quickly. Senior officials, many of them veterans of Liu Yu's campaigns, concluded that the dynasty's survival demanded it. They argued that loyalty to the House of Liu-Song did not require blind loyalty to one's son. Better, they reasoned, to remove Shao and replace him with a more capable brother than to risk the collapse of the entire regime. In this cold calculation, personal ties mattered little. The boy emperor was expendable, the dynasty was not. In 424, after only 2 years on the throne, Shao was deposed. The deposition was justified in Confucian terms. He was unfit, indulgent, lacking in virtue, and therefore heaven could not support his rule. The rhetoric cloaked what was, in reality, a ruthless political maneuver. Shao was stripped of his titles and later executed, a grim reminder that even emperors could fall victim to palace politics when their grip on power was weak. His reign, though brief, exposed the fragility of the Liu-Song in its infancy. Liu Yu's charisma and discipline had given the dynasty its foundation, but without him, the cracks showed quickly. Institutions were too weak to sustain themselves without a strong hand. The aristocracy was too eager to exploit weakness, the army too fickle, and the court too divided. Shao had inherited a throne but not the ability to sit on it securely. His troubled reign was less a personal failing than a symptom of the larger problem. The dynasty depended too heavily on individuals and too little on structures. Yet, even in its failure, his reign shaped the course of the dynasty. The decision to depose him was a precedent. It showed that the Liu-Song court was willing to sacrifice emperors to preserve the dynasty. This ruthless pragmatism would echo in later years as other rulers faced similar fates. It also demonstrated the limits of filial loyalty in politics. Liu Yu's eldest son could not ride on his father's reputation alone. He had to prove himself, and when he failed, he was discarded. For historians, Emperor Shao's reign is a cautionary tale about succession. It underscores how vulnerable new dynasties are when their founders die prematurely. Without time to entrench institutions, train heirs, or cement legitimacy, the survival of the regime hangs by a thread. In that sense, Shao's reign was doomed from the start. He was too young, too untested, and too easily manipulated to succeed in a system that demanded ruthlessness and authority. And yet, one cannot help but feel a trace of sympathy for him. Thrust into the throne as a teenager, surrounded by schemers, burdened with expectations he could never meet, his failure was almost inevitable. He was not the hardened emperor his father had been, nor could he have become one so quickly. His reign was less a story of his own flaws than of the impossible circumstances he inherited. When Shao was deposed, the dynasty did not collapse. Another son of Liu Yu was elevated to the throne, and the Liu-Song endured. But the episode left scars. It reminded everyone, from generals to peasants, that emperors could rise and fall swiftly. Stability was fragile, legitimacy conditional, and loyalty negotiable. In the game of survival, even the Son of Heaven could be expendable. The deposition of Emperor Shao in 424 marked a turning point for the Liu-Song dynasty. His brief, troubled reign had exposed the fragility of a state still too young to rest securely on institutions. By removing him, the court hoped to save the dynasty itself, and in doing so they placed their hopes in his younger brother, Liu Yilong. History would remember him as Emperor Wen, and under his rule the Liu-Song would enjoy a rare period of relative stability. The choice of Liu-Long was calculated. At 20 years old, he was older than Shao, but still young enough to be molded by advisors. Unlike his ill-fated brother, he carried himself with a degree of seriousness that reassured both generals and ministers. He was cautious, deliberate, and, most importantly, not given to the same indulgence that had doomed Shao. In the precarious world of early medieval politics, such qualities could make the difference between survival and collapse. The deposition itself had been ruthless. Shao, stripped of his titles, was later executed, an act that underscored the dynasty's cold pragmatism. The court had chosen preservation over sentiment, and in doing so, it sent a clear message: no individual, not even the son of the founder, was greater than the survival of the dynasty. By contrast, the elevation of Liu-Long was framed as restoration, a return to order after a brief lapse. Rituals and proclamations emphasized that heaven's mandate had not abandoned the Liu-Song, but merely shifted from an unworthy heir to a more virtuous one. The narrative soothed anxieties and helped legitimize what was, in reality, another palace coup. For the aristocracy, the rise of Emperor Wen offered both relief and opportunity. Many had bristled under Liu Yu's meritocratic tendencies, which elevated low-born men loyal to him over old families. Shao's incompetence had emboldened them, and now they hoped that the new emperor might be more pliant. Wen, however, proved more complicated. While he was not as ruthless as his father, he was also not naive. He understood the delicate balance between appeasing the old clans and maintaining enough independence to preserve the dynasty's authority. In the years that followed, he would walk that line carefully, using conciliation where possible but asserting control when necessary. The military, too, found reassurance in Wen. He lacked his father's battlefield record, but he did not neglect the army. He rewarded generals with honors, maintained discipline among the ranks, and avoided the reckless indulgence that had undermined Shao. His reign was marked not by dramatic conquests, but by steady defense, particularly against the Northern Wei, the most powerful rival state to the north. Though not always victorious, Wen's approach preserved the integrity of the southern regime, and his prudence kept the military loyal. At court, Wen distinguished himself by diligence. Unlike Shao, who had allowed ministers to manipulate him, Wen involved himself directly in governance. He read petitions, reviewed cases, and took an active role in administration. He was not a visionary reformer, but he was conscientious, and in an age weary of chaos, conscientiousness itself felt like a blessing. His reign restored some measure of confidence that the dynasty could endure beyond its founder's shadow. This stability, however, was relative. The Liu-Song remained fragile compared to the great dynasties of the past. Factionalism persisted, aristocrats still schemed, and the military balance with the north was precarious. Yet compared to the turbulence of Shao's reign, Wen's rule felt like calm. Scholars began to flourish again, poetry was written, and the court regained some of the refinement that had characterized the old Jin. For a time, the dynasty even projected an air of legitimacy strong enough to silence its critics. One of Wen's greatest challenges was the legacy of his father. Liu had been a conqueror, a man of action, whose brief reign left unfinished ambitions. Wen could not match his father's military aura, and he knew it. Instead, he framed his legitimacy not in conquest, but in governance. Where his father had been ruthless, Wen was cautious. Where his father had relied on force, Wen relied on law and ritual. It was a different style of rule, one that suited the needs of consolidation more than expansion. In this sense, Wen was less a warrior king and more a caretaker, ensuring the dynasty survived long enough to matter. Still, the memory of Shao's deposition lingered. Wen knew that his throne was secure only so long as he retained the confidence of those around him. The precedent had been set: emperors could be removed if deemed unfit. That knowledge shaped his behavior. He avoided indulgence, cultivated an image of seriousness, and took pains to appear virtuous. His caution was both personal and political, a survival mechanism in a dynasty still learning how to rule itself. For the people, Wen's reign offered relief. Taxes remained heavy, as they always did in this era, but they were collected with greater consistency. The courts were somewhat less corrupt, thanks to Wen's insistence on discipline. Local governance, while uneven, improved under his oversight. In villages and towns, life felt more predictable, and predictability itself was a form of prosperity. Farmers could plant without fear of arbitrary levies, merchants could trade with fewer disruptions, and scholars could study without constant dread of upheaval. In an age of instability, these were not small things. Wen's reign also carried cultural significance. The southern courts, heirs to the Jin's traditions, prided themselves on literature, poetry, and Confucian learning. Under Wen, these pursuits flourished again. Scholars found patronage, calligraphy, and verse regained prominence, and the court became once more a center of refinement. This cultural stability helped legitimize the dynasty, reminding people that the South was still the guardian of Chinese civilization, even as the North remained under barbarian rule. Of course, not everything was tranquil. Wen faced rebellions, border skirmishes, and court intrigues throughout his reign. Yet he managed them with prudence, avoiding catastrophic missteps. His reign was not glorious, but it was steady, and in that steadiness lay its value. In a cycle of dynasties often defined by rapid rises and precipitous falls, a period of relative calm was itself a rare achievement. Looking back, historians often describe Wen's reign as the golden years of the Liu-Song, not because it was without problems, but because it represented the closest thing the dynasty had to stability. He was not his father, nor was he the warrior emperor many might have wished for. But he was competent, diligent, and careful, and those qualities allowed the dynasty to endure for another generation. The rise of Emperor Wen after Shao's deposition thus illustrates both the ruthlessness and the resilience of the Liu-Song. Ruthless, because it showed that emperors could be sacrificed to preserve the dynasty. Resilient, because it demonstrated that the dynasty could recover from such a crisis and stabilize under new leadership. For a regime still in its infancy, that resilience mattered. It gave the Liu-Song a foothold in history, allowing it to survive long enough to face the trials that lay ahead. Emperor Wen of the Liu-Song, born Liu Yilong, ruled not with the sword of his father, but with the brush and the edict. His reign, lasting from 424 until 453, became the longest and most stable of the dynasty, and it owed much to his diligence. If his father had founded the dynasty through conquest and sheer force of will, Wen preserved it through governance, law, and the careful invocation of Confucian ideals. Where Liu had been remembered as a warrior emperor, Wen crafted the image of a statesman. It was this contrast that gave the Liu-Song its closest thing to a golden age. Wen approached the throne with caution. He had seen his brother Shao deposed and executed for incompetence and indulgence. The lesson was burned into him. Emperors were not untouchable, and a ruler who failed to command respect could be discarded even by his own ministers. This realization shaped his reign from the beginning. He presented himself as serious, frugal, and attentive, determined to embody the Confucian virtues that legitimized rulers in the eyes of officials and people alike. Every action was measured, every decision calculated to reinforce the image of a moral emperor who governed for the good of the state. One of his first priorities was the bureaucracy. Under the Jin, corruption had been rampant, with aristocrats monopolizing office and enriching themselves at the expense of the state. Wen moved to professionalize administration, emphasizing competence and loyalty over birth. While he could not fully eliminate aristocratic privilege, he sought to balance it by promoting capable men from less exalted backgrounds. In doing so, he both honored his father's legacy of undermining aristocratic monopolies and ensured that the court could not simply revert to its old ways. Wen also emphasized law as the backbone of governance. He issued edicts standardizing legal procedures, clarifying punishments, and attempting to ensure consistency across provinces. Justice, under his reign, was not perfect, it rarely is, but there was an effort to make it less arbitrary. Officials were held accountable, sometimes harshly, for abuses of power. Wen understood that the people's trust in the dynasty depended not only on military victories or tax stability, but also on a sense that the state operated according to rules, not whims. Law was both a practical necessity and a tool of legitimacy. Confucian ideals played a central role in his governance. When deliberately modeled himself as a Confucian ruler, a filial son of heaven who embodied virtue and moral order, he promoted rituals, honored the classics, and supported scholars. His court became a place where Confucian learning was valued, where officials debated governance in the language of the classics, and where the emperor himself was seen as a participant in that intellectual culture. By doing so, he distanced himself from the image of a usurper's son and instead presented himself as the custodian of tradition. This reliance on Confucian ideals also influenced his personal style. One was frugal, avoiding displays of excess that might invite criticism. He dressed plainly, dined modestly, and emphasized duty over pleasure. These habits were more than personal quirks, they were political signals. At a time when his dynasty's legitimacy was still contested by some, Wen's personal virtue was part of the argument for heaven's mandate. An emperor who lived simply and governed diligently could be seen as aligned with cosmic order, while an indulgent or corrupt one, like his brother Shao, was seen as heaven's rejection. His diligence extended to economic management. When understood that the lifeblood of the dynasty was agriculture, and he took measures to protect and expand it. He promoted irrigation projects, encouraged the resettlement of abandoned lands, and reduced unnecessary burdens on farmers. Grain storage was expanded to prepare for famine years, and tax collection was made more predictable. These measures helped stabilize the rural economy, which in turn stabilized the dynasty itself. For ordinary peasants, who often cared little about who wore the crown so long as their harvests were secure, Wen's policies made life more bearable. The army also remained central to his concerns. Though not a warrior by temperament, Wen was no fool. He knew that the dynasty's survival depended on its ability to resist the powerful northern way to the north. He maintained a large standing army, ensured regular training, and appointed capable generals. Unlike some rulers who allowed their armies to become tools of ambitious warlords, Wen worked hard to keep command structures tied directly to the throne. He rewarded loyalty and punished disobedience, reinforcing the principle that the emperor, not his generals, commanded the army. This discipline prevented the kind of mutinies that had plagued the Jin and preserved the dynasty's military backbone. Yet Wen's reign was not defined solely by pragmatism. He also cultivated a sense of cultural refinement that set his court apart. Poetry, calligraphy, and scholarship flourished under his patronage. The court became a center of southern Chinese culture, continuing the legacy of the Jin but with greater stability. In an age often defined by warlords and upheaval, Wen's court projected the image of a cultured, civilized dynasty holding the torch of Chinese tradition against the barbarian states of the north. This cultural confidence reinforced the dynasty's legitimacy, reminding people that the South was not merely surviving, but preserving the essence of Chinese civilization. Wen's diligence did not mean he was without flaws. His caution sometimes verged on indecision, and his reliance on Confucian ritual could make his court rigid. His policies often favored stability over boldness, which preserved the dynasty but also limited its potential for expansion. Some critics later argued that he missed opportunities to reclaim northern territories while the northern way was distracted by internal troubles. But Wen was not a gambler like his father. He chose preservation over risk, and in doing so he ensured that the Liu-Song lasted longer than it might have under a more reckless hand. The personal side of Wen also deserves attention. He was known for his devotion to ritual and his careful observance of propriety, but behind that image was a ruler who worried constantly about threats. The memory of his brother's deposition haunted him, and he never forgot that emperors could be removed. This fear made him vigilant, sometimes suspicious, and occasionally harsh toward those he perceived as rivals. It also fueled his diligence, for he knew that any lapse might give his enemies an excuse to move against him. In this sense, his personal anxieties became political virtues, his paranoia translated into attentiveness, his fear into diligence. For the people, Wen's reign meant something rare: predictability. They knew what to expect from the state, and while that expectation included taxes and conscription, it also included protection and order. Banditry declined, markets grew steadier, and local governance became more reliable. In a world still fractured between North and South, such stability was precious. Many may not have cared deeply whether the dynasty was Jin or Song, but they cared that life under one was less chaotic than life had been under Shao or the collapsing Jin. Looking back, historians often regard Emperor Wen as the best ruler of the Liu-Song, the man who preserved what his father had founded and gave the dynasty its brief moment of stability. His diligence, his reliance on law, and his invocation of Confucian ideals gave the Liu-Song something close to legitimacy, at least in the south. He may not have conquered new lands or inspired awe like Liu Yu, but he gave the dynasty longevity, and in dynastic history, longevity is itself a triumph. In the end, Wen's reign was both a consolidation and a reprieve. It consolidated the dynasty's legitimacy after its shaky beginnings and reprieved the South from the chaos that so often followed succession crises. His diligence did not solve every problem, but it bought time for culture to flourish, for people to rebuild, and for the dynasty to prove that it was more than just the creation of one ambitious man. For a state as young and fragile as the Liu-Song, that was no small achievement. For Emperor Wen, the North was both a dream and a danger. Ever since his father Liu Yu had marched to Chang'an and briefly reclaimed it, the South had lived with a tantalizing question: could reunification actually be achieved? The North, however, was dominated by the formidable Northern Wei, a state forged by the Tuoba clan of the Xinbei. Unlike some of the earlier, fragmented northern kingdoms, the Northern Wei was organized, disciplined, and ambitious. It had consolidated large swaths of territory, bringing a degree of order to lands that had long been fractured. To face such a power was no easy undertaking. And yet, one could not ignore the temptation. To stand idle while the North remained in barbarian hands would be to betray both the legacy of his father and the expectations of his dynasty. The first campaigns Wen oversaw were cautious probes rather than full-scale invasions. He dispatched generals to test the defenses of the Northern Wei, to raid border regions, and to rally sympathetic populations. These forays sometimes succeeded, bringing back captives or territory, but they also revealed the immense challenges of campaigning beyond the Yangtze. The South's armies, though loyal, lacked the depth of manpower that the North could draw upon. Supply lines were long and vulnerable, and local populations did not always greet Southern soldiers as liberators. Still, Wen persisted, for each small success burnished the dynasty's prestige. The greatest effort came in 430, when Wen launched a major northern campaign aimed at reclaiming the Central Plains. His armies advanced boldly, capturing several key cities, including Luoyang, the ancient capital of the Han and Jin. For a brief moment, it seemed as though heaven itself was smiling on the Liu-Song. Luoyang, with its long history as a political and cultural heart of China, symbolized legitimacy. To hold it, even temporarily, was to claim continuity with centuries of empire. In the south, news of the victory was greeted with celebration. Court poets composed verses praising the emperor's virtue, and officials spoke of a new age of restoration. But the triumph was short-lived. The Northern Wei, slow to mobilize at first, soon responded with overwhelming force. Their armies, larger and better supplied, pushed back with relentless pressure. The Song forces, stretched thin and far from their bases, struggled to hold their gains. Local populations, wary of yet another change in rulers, did not provide the support one had hoped for. Supply lines faltered, morale dipped, and one by one, the captured cities were abandoned. By 431, the campaign had collapsed, and the Song armies retreated south. The dream of reunification slipped away once more. This failure was costly, both materially and psychologically. The treasury had been drained to fund the campaign, soldiers lost their lives, and the morale of the dynasty suffered. The initial euphoria turned into bitter disappointment, and critics at court began to question the wisdom of such ventures. Was it truly worth the cost to pursue glory in the north when stability in the south was still fragile? Wen himself must have pondered that question. His father had been a conqueror. He was proving to be more of a caretaker. And yet, to avoid campaigning altogether would be to admit weakness. The North remained both a lure and a threat, forcing him into an uneasy cycle of caution and ambition. Subsequent attempts were smaller in scale, but often ended with similar frustrations. The Northern Way was simply too strong, its armies too numerous, its rulers too determined to hold the heartland. Every incursion drained resources that might have been used to strengthen the South. Over time, Wen grew more reluctant to gamble on large campaigns. He recognized that his dynasty could not match the North blow for blow, and that survival might depend more on endurance than conquest. Still, he never abandoned the rhetoric of restoration. To do so would have been politically impossible, for reunification was woven into the identity of his dynasty. Instead, he walked a careful line, promising restoration, attempting campaigns when feasible, but retreating when the costs mounted. The mixed results of Wen's northern ventures reveal much about the challenges faced by the southern dynasties as a whole. The Yangtze provided a natural barrier, but it also hemmed them in. Beyond it lay the vast manpower and resources of the North, controlled by rival states that often proved more cohesive than the southern courts liked to admit. To reclaim the North was to risk overextension. To ignore it was to invite criticism of weakness. Wen's reign, with its successes and failures, embodied this dilemma. For the people of the South, the campaigns were a source of both pride and frustration. Victories like the capture of Wuzhong stirred excitement, a sense that the dynasty might restore China's unity. But defeats brought higher taxes, conscription, and disillusionment. Farmers paid the price in grain, soldiers in blood. The promise of reunification often felt distant, while the costs were immediate. This tension between hope and hardship defined the relationship between emperor and people in an era where the dream of unity never died but was rarely fulfilled. In the end, Wen's ventures into the North underscored both the ambition and the limits of his reign. He proved willing to test the dynasty's strength, to pursue the dream of restoration, but he also revealed the harsh realities of geopolitics. The Liu-Song could not simply march north and reclaim the empire. Its resources, its manpower, and its internal stability were insufficient for such a task. And yet, Wen's attempts mattered. They showed that the dream was alive, that the dynasty had not given up, and that even in failure, the South claimed the mantle of legitimacy. Looking back, one can see the irony. Wen's diligence as a ruler preserved the dynasty in the South, but his ventures into the North exposed its weakness. Successes were fleeting, failures costly, and the balance always precarious. His reign gave the Liu-Song its golden age of stability, but also revealed the boundaries of what stability could achieve. Without bold conquest, the dynasty endured. With bold conquest, it stumbled. Wen chose to walk between the two, sometimes cautiously, sometimes ambitiously, always aware that his dynasty stood on a knife's edge. While emperors and generals played their dangerous games of power, most people in the Liu-Song dynasty lived their lives far from the palace in Jiankang or the battlefronts along the northern frontier. To understand the dynasty fully, one must look not only at the ambitions of rulers, but also at the everyday rhythms of its heartland, the fields, markets, villages, and cultural life that sustained the state. In many ways, the survival of the dynasty depended less on court intrigues than on the resilience of ordinary people. The Yangtze River Basin was the lifeline of the Liu-Song. Its fertile plains provided rice harvests that fed the population and supplied the army. Agriculture remained the backbone of the economy, and the dynasty invested in irrigation systems, canals, and dikes to protect fields from floods. Farmers worked tirelessly, often under the watchful eye of local officials who collected taxes and grain. These taxes were heavy, especially during military campaigns, but they were predictable enough under Emperor Wen's reign that peasants could plan their lives with some stability. Stability, in fact, was the greatest gift a ruler could give in this period, predictability in an unpredictable age. The structure of rural life revolved around family and community. Large extended families worked together in the fields, bound by Confucian ideals of filial piety. Ancestors were honored with rituals and festivals tied to the agricultural calendar, such as spring planting and autumn harvest celebrations, offered brief respite from toil. Villages were self-contained worlds, with elders mediating disputes and temples serving as centers of social life. For many peasants, the Liu-Song Dynasty existed less as an emperor in Jiangang than as the local magistrate who collected taxes or the soldier who appeared demanding grain. Urban centers, though smaller than their northern counterparts, also played an important role. Jiankang, the capital, bustled with merchants, artisans, scholars, and officials. Markets were filled with goods brought along the Yangtze: rice, silk, ceramics, salt, and luxury items imported from distant lands through maritime trade. Southern China's access to the sea allowed commerce to flourish, connecting the dynasty to Southeast Asia and even India. In the capital, wealthy families lived in walled compounds, while commoners crowded into modest homes near the markets. The contrast between luxury and poverty was stark, but the city pulsed with energy, a reminder that culture and economy thrived even in politically unstable times. Culture in the Liu-Song heartland leaned heavily on Confucian ideals, but was also enriched by Buddhism and Taoism. Confucianism provided the framework for governance, emphasizing order, hierarchy, and moral duty. Emperor Wen, in particular, promoted Confucian learning, supporting schools and scholars. But Buddhism, introduced centuries earlier, had by this time gained deep roots in the south. Monasteries dotted the landscape, offering both spiritual guidance and practical services. They provided shelter for travelers, relief during famines, and education for some children. For peasants burdened by taxes and hardships, Buddhism offered solace, a promise of rebirth and relief from suffering. Taoism, too, persisted, emphasizing harmony with nature and offering rituals to ward off illness and disaster. The interplay of these traditions gave the Liu-Song heartland a rich spiritual life. Confucianism structured society, Buddhism offered personal salvation, and Taoism addressed the mysteries of health and fate. Together, they gave people tools to endure uncertainty. The dynasty, though fragile at the top, sustained itself in part because the people found meaning and resilience in these overlapping systems of belief. Education and scholarship also thrived in the heartland, especially under Wen's reign. Aristocrats and rising families alike valued learning, and scholars composed poetry, histories, and commentaries on the classics. The imperial court patronized such work, not only to celebrate culture but also to bolster legitimacy. A dynasty that sponsored learning could present itself as the guardian of civilization, contrasting itself with the barbarian regimes of the North. In reality, the North was developing its own sophisticated culture, but the rhetoric mattered. For the Liu-Song, the claim to cultural superiority was as important as military defense. Daily life in the heartland, however, was not all culture and ritual. It was hard work. Farmers labored from dawn to dusk, artisans crafted goods for local and regional markets, and merchants navigated rivers and roads to transport supplies. Disease was a constant threat, with outbreaks of malaria and other illnesses spreading in the humid southern climate. Floods could destroy crops, and famine was never far away. The government's granaries and relief measures helped, but survival often depended on family networks and community solidarity. Despite hardships, moments of joy and leisure punctuated daily life. Festivals brought color and music to villages and cities alike. Families gathered for banquets, storytelling, and games. Popular songs and ballads carried news and tales of heroes, including stories of Liu Yu's rise and the dynasty's founding. Entertainment also included theater-like performances, acrobatics, and markets filled with storytellers and musicians. These cultural expressions gave people a sense of continuity, reminding them that life went on even as dynasties rose and fell. Economically, the Liu-Song heartland benefited from trade networks that extended across southern China. Silk production remained an important industry, with women playing a central role in weaving and dyeing. Salt was another key commodity, controlled by the state but distributed through complex trade systems. Iron and ceramics were produced in workshops and transported by river. The dynasty's strategic location along the Yangtze allowed it to dominate riverine trade, giving it both wealth and a logistical advantage in war. One of the fascinating aspects of life in the Liu-Song heartland was the persistence of aristocratic culture alongside the slow rise of new elites. Old noble families continued to dominate local society, maintaining estates, libraries, and lineages that traced back to the Han and Jin. Yet men of more modest backgrounds, elevated by Liu Yu and continued under Wen, also gained influence. This created a dynamic social mix: aristocrats preserving tradition, new elites carving paths, peasants laboring in fields, and soldiers bound to the dynasty through service. For women, life was shaped by family, ritual, and labor. Elite women were often educated, skilled in poetry and calligraphy, and sometimes influential in family politics. Common women worked in agriculture, weaving, and markets, carrying heavy burdens, but also playing essential roles in sustaining households. In Buddhist circles, some women found spiritual autonomy in monasteries, where they could serve as nuns and participate in religious life beyond the constraints of marriage. In many ways, the Liu-Song heartland embodied both the strengths and weaknesses of the dynasty. Its economy was productive, its culture vibrant, its people resilient. Yet the burdens of taxation, the persistence of aristocratic privilege, and the fragility of governance always loomed. The state could demand loyalty and labor, but it struggled to provide long-term security. People endured not because the dynasty was unshakable, but because communities and traditions gave them the strength to survive dynastic cycles. Looking back, it is easy to focus on emperors, generals, and battles. But the heart of the Liu-Song was not in the palace, it was in the rice fields, the villages, the markets, and the temples where millions of ordinary lives unfolded. Their work sustained the dynasty's armies, their taxes filled its coffers, their rituals gave it legitimacy, and their endurance allowed it to persist. Without them, no emperor could have ruled, no dynasty endured. Life in the Liu-Song heartland reminds us that history is not only made by rulers, but also lived by the countless men and women whose labor and resilience kept the wheels of empire turning. If the Liu-Song heartland gave the dynasty food, labor, and culture, the frontier with the Northern Wei reminded it daily of its vulnerability. This uneasy border was not simply a line on a map, it was a living fault line where two very different visions of rule collided. To the north stood the Northern Wei, powerful, militarized, and increasingly centralized under the Tuoba clan. To the south lay the Liu-Song, projecting itself as the custodian of true Chinese civilization, the heir of the Han and Jin. Between them stretched contested lands, fertile plains, strategic rivers, and old capitals like Luoyang that both sides claimed as rightfully theirs. The relationship between the two states oscillated between open conflict and tense diplomacy. For the Liu-Song, the frontier was a testing ground for its ambitions and a constant drain on its resources. For the Northern Wei, it was both a prize and a threat, as they sought to secure their dominance without overextending themselves. Each side, suspicious of the other, used raids, campaigns, and negotiations to push and pull the balance of power. The Yangtze River acted as a natural barrier, but the real frontier was farther north, in the Huai River Valley. Control over this region was vital. It was the buffer zone between north and south, a land that could serve as staging ground for invasions or a shield against them. Armies marched back and forth across it, villages changed hands, and its people lived under the constant shadow of shifting allegiances. For peasants there, loyalty was often a matter of survival, today to the Wei, tomorrow to the Song, depending on who occupied their land. Conflict was inevitable. Emperor Wen, though cautious, could not ignore the pressure to challenge the north. His early campaigns, especially the 430 push into Luoyang, demonstrated the lure of reclaiming old capitals. But each victory was temporary. The Wei responded with overwhelming force, and the Song army struggled to hold what they took. Logistics were always the South's Achilles heel: long supply lines, reliance on river transport, and a smaller manpower pool compared to the North. Even when Song generals showed brilliance, the weight of numbers and resources favored the Wei. Still, it would be wrong to think of the frontier as a story of endless defeats. The Liu-Song did have successes, raids that captured cities, skirmishes that bloodied away armies, and occasional alliances with northern rebels who resented Tuoba rule. These moments mattered, not because they permanently shifted the balance, but because they reminded both court and people that the dream of northern recovery was alive. Each banner raised over a reclaimed city, even briefly, reinforced the dynasty's claim to legitimacy as the true China. Diplomacy was the other weapon at the Liu-Song's disposal. Envoys traveled between Jiankang and Pingqing, the Wei capital, carrying messages that alternated between hostility and conciliation. Marriage alliances were proposed, though rarely fulfilled, and both sides used diplomacy as much for intelligence gathering as for peace. Negotiations often produced temporary truces, pauses that allowed both states to regroup, but trust was thin. For the Wei, the Liu-Song was a rival clinging to the south. For the Song, the Wei were usurpers who had no right to rule the Central Plains. The cultural dimension of this rivalry was profound. The Liu-Song cast itself as the preserver of Chinese civilization, Confucian learning, classical rituals, and the legacy of the Han. In their rhetoric, the Northern Wei, despite their adoption of Chinese institutions, were still barbarians whose rule was illegitimate. Yet the irony is clear. By the mid-5th century, the Wei court had embraced Chinese culture to a striking degree, sponsoring Buddhism, promoting Confucian texts, and employing Chinese officials. The Liu-Song, meanwhile, though ethnically Han and deeply tied to tradition, struggled with its own legitimacy as a dynasty founded by a low-born general. The frontier was therefore not only a military boundary, but a symbolic one, each side claiming to be the rightful inheritor of the Chinese world. For people living along the border, ideology mattered less than survival. Villagers endured the shifting tides of occupation, soldiers billeted in their homes, and the constant threat of raids. Refugees streamed south during times of Wei aggression, straining the Liu-Song's resources but also swelling its population. Some families fled multiple times over generations, their lives shaped entirely by the seesaw of dynastic struggle. To them, the frontier was not an abstract line but the horizon of danger. The psychological weight of the frontier loomed over the court in Jiankang. Every council of war, every policy debate circled back to the north. Should the dynasty risk another campaign? Could it afford to stand idle and cede legitimacy? Emperor Wen's cautious temperament often prevailed, favoring defensive measures over grand offensives after the disappointments of the 430s. But even in his restraint, the shadow of the North never disappeared. Court rhetoric continually invoked the dream of reunification, keeping alive both hope and pressure. In practice, the frontier shaped governance itself. Heavy taxes and corvée labor were justified by the need to fund armies and defend the borders. Military appointments remained the most powerful offices in the state, giving generals both prestige and potential leverage. The presence of the Wei threat also curtailed internal dissent, as rebels could always be accused of endangering the dynasty against its external enemy. The frontier, in short, was not just a military boundary, it was a political tool, a cultural symbol, and a constant excuse for both ambition and repression. One might wonder, what if Emperor Wen had gambled more boldly? Could the Liu-Song have reclaimed the north permanently? Perhaps, but the odds were long. The dynasty's resources were always stretched thin, and its internal unity was never guaranteed. Even modest campaigns strained the treasury and the loyalty of the people. The frontier, therefore, was less an opportunity than a trap, one that lured rulers with visions of glory, but punished them with the harsh arithmetic of war. Looking back, the uneasy relationship between the Liu-Song and the Northern Wei defined the dynasty's identity. Without the Wei, the Song might have grown complacent, but with them, the dynasty lived in a constant state of vigilance. Every policy, from taxation to culture, bore the imprint of the frontier. It was a line that could never be crossed securely, a horizon that promised legitimacy but delivered ruin. And yet, for the Liu-Song, to stop dreaming of the North would have been to admit defeat. The empire's uneasy frontier with the Northern Wei thus remained both its greatest danger and its most enduring obsession. For nearly 3 decades, Emperor Wen's steady hand had held the Liu-Song Dynasty together. He had not dazzled with conquest, but he had preserved order, nurtured culture, and kept the state afloat in a world where dynasties often crumbled within a generation. Then, in 453, everything unraveled in a sudden, shocking act of violence. Emperor Wen was assassinated. His death was not the result of a foreign invasion or a natural disaster, but of palace intrigue and family betrayal. The ripple effects of that moment would throw the dynasty into turmoil and mark the beginning of its long decline. The seeds of disaster lay within his own family. Like many rulers, Wen faced the challenge of succession. He had several sons, each ambitious, each supported by factions within the court. The official heir was Crown Prince Liu Shao, but tensions simmered between him and his father. Shao feared that Wen favored another son, Liu Jun, the Prince of Shishing, and might replace him as heir. This fear was not unfounded. Emperors throughout Chinese history often shifted succession when heirs disappointed or when political winds changed. For a crown prince, even the rumor of being sidelined was dangerous. Liu Shao's anxieties grew into paranoia, and paranoia into conspiracy. He conspired with his brother Liu Jun to strike first, eliminating their father before he could remove them. The plot was audacious, even reckless, but the palace was a place where whispers carried weight and guards could be swayed. In 453, the conspiracy culminated in an attack on Emperor Wen. The ruler who had preserved the dynasty with diligence and restraint was murdered by his own son. The shock was immense. For courtiers, the assassination shattered the illusion of Confucian order that Wen had cultivated. A son killing his father violated the deepest tenets of filial piety, the bedrock of Chinese moral philosophy. It was not just a political crime, it was cosmic treason. The act horrified officials and common people alike, undermining the moral legitimacy of the dynasty. If even the emperor's own household could descend into patricide, what hope was there for the stability of the realm? But the shock soon turned to chaos. With Wen dead, the succession crisis erupted into open conflict. Liu Shao, having killed his father, declared himself emperor. He claimed legitimacy as the heir and sought to justify his actions, but his rule began under a cloud of blood and betrayal. His brothers, particularly Liu Jun, the Prince of Wuling, refused to accept him. Civil war broke out among the sons of Wen, splitting the dynasty into factions. The court, once a place of ritual and order, became a battlefield of intrigue. Officials had to choose sides, weighing loyalty against survival. Some supported Shao out of fear, others opposed him out of principle. The army fractured as generals aligned with different princes. Within months, the dynasty that had seemed stable under Wen was plunged into fratricidal strife. The assassination also had psychological consequences that rippled through the empire. For ordinary people, it confirmed their worst fears about the fragility of dynasties. The Confucian promise of order under a virtuous ruler collapsed when a crown prince murdered his father. Stability in the villages and markets wavered as rumors spread of battles among princes and the potential collapse of the state. Refugees began moving again, uncertain of what the future held. It is striking how quickly the stability Wen had built unraveled. His diligence had kept the dynasty afloat, but it had also masked deeper tensions, the ambitions of his sons, the fragility of succession, the ever-present rivalries among generals and ministers. His assassination stripped away the mask, exposing the underlying volatility. The dynasty, it turned out, had depended too heavily on his personal authority. Without him, it faltered. Liu Shao's reign, born in patricide, could not last. His moral stain alienated officials, and his reliance on force undermined his credibility. His brothers rallied opposition, and civil war ensued. Within a year, Shao was overthrown and executed, his brief reign remembered only as a disgrace. But the damage was done. The dynasty had crossed a threshold from stability to turbulence, and it would never fully recover. The political shockwaves of Wen's assassination went beyond the immediate power struggle. It set a precedent that fratricide and palace coups were tools of succession. Once the taboo of killing a parent or sibling was broken, It became easier for later rulers and princes to justify ruthless actions. The dynasty descended into a cycle of suspicion and bloodshed, with emperors watching their kin as potential rivals and brothers turning against each other for survival. Historians often look back at 453 as the hinge of the Liu-Song story, the moment the dynasty shifted from its golden age under one to its decline. It wasn't that the dynasty collapsed overnight, but its foundation was fatally weakened. The moral authority of the throne was compromised, the trust between ruler and ruled eroded, and the precedent of fratricidal conflict poisoned the royal house. Even as later emperors tried to restore stability, the shadow of Wen's assassination hung over the dynasty like a curse. There is a tragic irony in Wen's fate. He had devoted his life to embodying Confucian ideals of virtue, duty, and filial piety. He had been cautious, deliberate, and diligent. Yet in the end, it was his own son, supposedly the exemplar of filial devotion, who betrayed and killed him. It was not foreign invaders or rebel armies that toppled his reign, but the collapse of virtue within his own household. For a dynasty that had relied so heavily on projecting Confucian legitimacy, this irony was devastating. The political shockwaves also had a longer resonance in Chinese historical memory. Wen's assassination became a cautionary tale about the dangers of palace intrigue, the volatility of succession, and the fragility of dynasties built on personal authority. It reinforced the idea that no amount of diligence or moral posturing could secure a throne if the bonds of family and loyalty were corrupted. The story of a crown prince murdering his father lived on as a moral warning, a reminder that even the strongest ruler could be undone from within. In the short term, the dynasty staggered on. Other sons of Wen would take the throne, and the Liu-Song would continue for another quarter century. But the moment of stability had passed. The assassination of Emperor Wen marked the beginning of a new era, one defined by instability, paranoia, and the slow unraveling of the dynasty's authority. The Song court never again inspired the confidence it had under Wen. Instead, it became a theater of intrigue, where emperors and princes circled each other with suspicion, and officials wondered which ruler would fall next. Looking back, one can see how fragile the Liu-Song truly was, even in its prime. Wen's diligence gave the illusion of permanence, but the dynasty's foundations were brittle, fractured by aristocratic resentment, military pressures, and the perennial dangers of succession. His assassination tore away the illusion and revealed the instability beneath. It was the turning point that transformed the Liu-Song from a dynasty of promise to a dynasty fated for decline. When Emperor Wen was assassinated in 453, the Liu-Song dynasty's thin veil of stability shattered. The act itself, patricide by Crown Prince Liu Shao, was shocking enough, but it was only the beginning. Wen's death opened the gates to a violent succession crisis, one in which brothers and sons turned against one another in a struggle for power. The dynasty, which had for decades projected diligence and order, now revealed its inner fault lines: ambition, paranoia, and betrayal running through the imperial family itself. Liu Shao, having murdered his father, claimed the throne immediately. He styled himself emperor and sought to justify his actions as necessary to preserve his rightful succession. But his reign began under a cloud darker than any that had preceded him. To the court and to the people, Shao was stained by the unforgivable act of killing his own father. In a Confucian society that exalted filial piety as the foundation of cosmic order, this was more than a crime, it was a moral catastrophe. Officials whispered that heaven could not possibly support such a ruler. Even among those who might have tolerated his usurpation, there was unease. How could a dynasty survive if its emperor's first act was to spill his father's blood? But Shao's greatest problem was not the moral stain, it was his brothers. Emperor Wen had left many sons, each with their own ambitions and supporters. Chief among them was Liu Jun, the Prince of Wuling, who refused to recognize Shao's claim. Unlike Shao, who had acted rashly, Jun had the advantage of appearing as the avenger of their father's death. He declared rebellion, framing his cause as one of filial piety and justice, to punish the patricide and restore heaven's order. This was not just rhetoric, it resonated deeply with officials and generals who had recoiled at Shao's betrayal. The conflict that followed was swift but bloody. Xiao tried to consolidate power in Jiankang, relying on the capital's garrisons and loyal ministers. But his position was weak. His father's assassination had alienated much of the court, and his hasty claim to the throne left little time to build alliances. Lu Jun, meanwhile, gathered support from powerful generals and regional governors, rallying them to his banner with the promise of restoring legitimacy. Civil war erupted, with armies marching against one another under the banners of rival princes. For the empire at large, the succession crisis was terrifying. Soldiers clashed in provinces already weary from taxation and northern wars, while peasants fled from advancing armies. In the capital, panic spread as rumors circulated of approaching rebels, betrayals within the palace, and the possibility of sack and massacre. For common people, it hardly mattered which brother wore the crown. What mattered was surviving the chaos their feud unleashed. Xiao's reign was short-lived. Within months, Lu Jun's forces advanced on Jiankang, overwhelming Xiao's defenses. The boy who had killed his father to secure the throne now found himself trapped. Betrayed by his own men and abandoned by wavering allies, Xiao was captured. In the final act of this grim drama, he was executed, beheaded like a common criminal. His brief reign, measured in months, ended in disgrace, remembered only as a cautionary tale of ambition gone mad. With Xiao dead, Lu Jun ascended the throne, taking the title Emperor Xiu. His victory ended the immediate crisis, but it left deep scars. The dynasty had survived, but the price was high. The murder of a father, the execution of a brother, the civil war that had devastated provinces, all of it exposed the fragility of the Liu-Song. The illusion of a united imperial family, standing as the moral heart of the dynasty, was gone forever. The succession crisis also set a dangerous precedent. By killing his father, Xiao had broken the taboo of patricide. By killing his brother, Jun had established fratricide as a legitimate path to the throne. Once those barriers fell, there was no turning back. Later emperors and princes would resort to the same methods, killing siblings and nephews in the name of survival. The dynasty entered a vicious cycle in which imperial succession became less about orderly transfer and more about who could eliminate rivals fastest. For Emperor Xiu, victory was both a triumph and a burden. He had avenged his father's death and claimed the throne, but he now ruled in a court poisoned by suspicion. He knew that just as he had risen by killing a brother, so too could another brother rise against him. His reign would be marked by indulgence and instability, a far cry from the diligence of his father. The crisis had not only removed a patricidal son, but had also opened the gates to a new era of paranoia and bloodshed. Historians often see the succession crisis of 453 as the moment when the Liu-Song Dynasty began to devour itself. It was no longer only generals and aristocrats who threatened stability, it was the imperial family itself. Brothers who should have supported one another as pillars of the dynasty instead became rivals locked in mortal combat. Sons who should have honored their father instead betrayed him. The dynasty's greatest danger now came not from the northern way or from rebels, but from within the palace walls. For the people of the south, the succession crisis was another reminder of how fragile dynasties could be. They had endured the collapse of the Jin, the rise of Liu, the deposition of Xiao, and now a civil war among brothers. The banners over Jiankang might change, but taxes still came, soldiers still conscripted, and fields still had to be planted. To them, the crisis was not about filial piety or legitimacy. It was about survival as the storms of palace politics spilled blood across the land. Looking back, the crisis illustrates a recurring pattern in Chinese history. New dynasties often collapse not first from external pressure, but from internal division. The Liu-Song was no exception. Emperor Wen had stabilized the dynasty, but he had not resolved the fundamental problem of succession in a large imperial family. His death unleashed rivalries that no amount of Confucian rhetoric could contain. The dynasty staggered on, but the seeds of decline had been planted, watered by blood, and set firmly in the soil of its politics. The succession crisis of 453 was more than a power struggle. It was a moral rupture, a political earthquake, and the beginning of the dynasty's fall. From that moment on, the Liu-Song could no longer claim to embody Confucian ideals of filial devotion and moral order with any sincerity. Its emperors ruled under the shadow of betrayal, and its people endured under the weight of a dynasty that had turned against itself. The story of Emperor Wen's death did not end with his assassination. In truth, it only began there. The rivalry between Liu Xiao, the crown prince turned patricide, and his brother Liu Jun, the prince of Wuling, was not just a contest for succession, it was the bloody unraveling of trust within the imperial family. Their clash played out not only on the battlefield, but also within the walls of the palace itself, where betrayal seemed to lurk in every shadow. When Liu Xiao killed his father and seized the throne, his first instinct was to consolidate power through fear. He knew the act of patricide had stained him irreparably in the eyes of Confucian-minded officials, so he compensated by eliminating potential threats. Ministers who hesitated to swear loyalty were dismissed, arrested, or quietly executed. Xiao's paranoia drove him to purge the court of those he thought might sympathize with his brothers. Yet in doing so, he weakened his own base of support. By killing and alienating experienced officials, he ensured that his court was filled with sycophants rather than capable administrators. His most dangerous rival was Liu Jun, the prince of Wuling. Jun had already sensed his brother's ambitions long before their father's assassination, and he had prepared quietly, cultivating ties with generals and governors who resented Xiao's arrogance. When Xiao struck, Jun framed himself as the righteous avenger, the loyal son who would punish the patricide and restore moral order. This framing was brilliant. It gave him the mantle of legitimacy, something Xiao could never reclaim. Officials who despised Xiao but feared open rebellion now had a moral justification to join Jun's cause. The palace itself became a cauldron of intrigue. Servants, eunuchs, and courtiers passed information between the brothers' factions. Some secretly pledged loyalty to both, hedging their bets in case the winds changed. Spies infiltrated the palace, feeding Jun intelligence about Xiao's movements. Xiao, for his part, responded with brutal suspicion, imprisoning anyone accused of divided loyalties. Rumors spread that brothers beyond Jun were also plotting, though most were simply trying to survive. In a family once bound by duty to preserve the dynasty, betrayal became the only currency. The rivalry soon escalated into open war. Xiao commanded Jiankang and the immediate forces of the capital, but Jun had the advantage of legitimacy and growing military support. Armies loyal to Jun marched from the provinces, while Xiao fortified his defenses around the palace. Battles flared in the outskirts of the capital, villages burned, and soldiers looted as they marched. The civilians of the lower Yangtze bore the brunt of the brothers' feud, forced to feed armies and suffer the violence of shifting control. Inside Jiankang, betrayal gnawed at Xiao's defenses. Generals he trusted wavered as Jun's forces approached. Some surrendered outright, convinced that Xiao's reign was doomed. Others fought half-heartedly, unwilling to die for a ruler so deeply reviled. Xiao could sense the tide turning, but refused to yield, clinging to the throne with the desperation of a man who knew that defeat meant certain death. Jun, advancing with his forces, was careful to present himself as the restorer of order, not merely another ambitious prince. He invoked the memory of Emperor Wen, vowing to avenge their father and punish the patricide. His proclamations dripped with Confucian rhetoric, casting Xiao as the embodiment of treachery and himself as the dutiful son. For generals and officials, this distinction mattered. Jun's campaign was not just about power, it was framed as a moral crusade. And in a society where legitimacy was as much about perception as force, that gave him a decisive edge. The final confrontation came as Jun's armies closed on Jiankang. Xiao's defenders, demoralized and fractured, collapsed under the pressure. Betrayals within the palace accelerated the end. Guards who had once sworn loyalty opened gates to the attackers. Ministers who had feigned obedience revealed their true allegiances. Xiao was cornered, captured, and executed. His head was displayed as a warning, his reign erased from official memory except as a tale of disgrace. But victory did not erase the blood that had been spilled. Jun, now Emperor Xiwu, had won the throne, but he did so through the betrayal of his brother and the destruction of his own family's trust. The dynasty was stained. The precedent was set. Imperial succession would not be governed by ritual alone, but by betrayal, violence, and the readiness to kill one's kin. From this point on, every prince in the Liu-Song court would see his brothers not as allies, but as potential threats to be eliminated. The rivalry of Liu Xiao and Liu Jun thus became more than a single succession dispute. It became the template for the dynasty's decline. What began as a patricide spiraled into fratricide, and what should have been a family bound by blood to protect the throne instead tore itself apart from within. The palace walls, once symbols of imperial order, became arenas of intrigue and treachery. Assassinations, plots, and betrayals would haunt the dynasty for the rest of its short life. For the people, the bloody rivalry of 453 was both a distant spectacle and an immediate burden. In the countryside, peasants asked only whether the soldiers who arrived wore Xiao's banners or Jun's. They were conscripted, taxed, or pillaged by both sides, caught in a struggle that cared little for their survival. Yet they also absorbed the moral lesson of the conflict. Ballads and rumors spread of the unfilial son who killed his father and the brother who avenged him. The dynasty's legitimacy, once tied to Confucian ideals of moral order, now seemed hollow. If the imperial family itself could betray father and brother, how could it claim to embody the harmony of heaven and earth? Historians later viewed the rivalry as the turning point when the Liu-Song lost whatever moral capital it had built under Emperor Wen. The dynasty survived the crisis, yes, but it did so at the cost of its soul. From then on, emperors were haunted by suspicion, brothers eyed one another with fear, and officials learned that loyalty was a dangerous gamble. The palace walls were no longer sanctuaries of power. They were cages where ambition and betrayal gnawed endlessly at the dynasty's foundations. When Liu Jun emerged from the chaos of 453 and claimed the throne as Emperor Xiwu, the Liu-Song dynasty seemed, at least momentarily, to have steadied itself. He had avenged their father's murder, executed his patricidal brother Xiao, and presented himself as the righteous restorer of order. Yet the very path that brought him to power, bloodshed within the family, betrayal inside the palace, civil war in the provinces, shaped the way he ruled. His reign combined flashes of ambition with habits of indulgence, a mix that gave the dynasty temporary vitality but also deepened its long-term vulnerabilities. Xiwu was not an idle or timid ruler. Unlike Xiao, whose incompetence had doomed him, Xiwu had political instincts and a sense of the dynasty's needs. Early in his reign, he worked to consolidate his authority, rewarding generals who had supported him against Xiao and bringing wavering officials back into the fold. His victory had left scars, and he sought to patch them quickly by presenting himself as magnanimous. Some rivals were executed, yes, but others were offered reconciliation, a calculated balance of fear and generosity. The message was clear: the emperor had avenged his father, and now the empire must rally behind him. Ambition marked his early policies. He revived discussions of northern campaigns, invoking the memory of their father's dream of reunification. Though these ambitions rarely translated into lasting victories, they energized the court and reassured subjects that the dynasty had not abandoned its claim as the rightful heir of the Han and Jin. Diplomatically, Xiwu also engaged in maneuvering with the Northern Wei, sometimes threatening war, sometimes seeking truces. His reign kept alive the vision of a South that was not merely defensive but aspirational. Yet Xiwu's ambition was undercut by his indulgences. Freed from the discipline that had defined Emperor Wen, Xiwu indulged in pleasures that both distracted him from governance and alienated segments of the court. He was known for extravagant feasts, elaborate hunts, and the company of favorites who flattered him while exploiting their proximity to power. Where his father had cultivated an image of frugality and Confucian virtue, Xiwu leaned toward luxury and self-gratification. This difference was not just personal, it shaped the tone of the dynasty. Officials who had respected Wen's diligence now muttered that Xiwu lacked seriousness, even if they dared not say so openly. Palace intrigue continued to fester under Xiuwu, and his indulgent style often made it worse. Concubines, eunuchs, and courtiers gained influence, exploiting his distractions to pursue their own agendas. The emperor, though not blind to these manipulations, allowed them more leeway than his father ever would have. He preferred pleasure and ease to the constant vigilance that governance demanded. To some, this was a welcome relief after Wen's austere reign. To others, it was a dangerous sign that the dynasty was drifting into complacency. Xiuwu's indulgence also extended to his treatment of family. He had risen to the throne by defeating his brother, and the memory of fratricidal conflict never left him. Outwardly, he reconciled with surviving siblings, offering them titles and estates. But beneath the gestures lay suspicion. He monitored their movements, kept informants close, and eliminated anyone he suspected of harboring ambitions. The dynasty was now trapped in a cycle where family bonds had become political liabilities. Brothers were not trusted allies, but potential usurpers, and Xiuwu, for all his ambition, contributed to that corrosive dynamic. Still, Xiuwu's reign was not without achievements. The southern economy flourished under relative stability. Agricultural production recovered from the disruptions of the 450s, and trade along the Yangtze expanded. The capital, Jiankang, thrived as a center of culture and commerce. Scholars produced poetry and histories, and the court once again became a hub of refinement. To many people, especially outside the palace, Xiuwu's reign offered a period of prosperity, proof that the dynasty could survive the horrors of patricide and fratricide. But prosperity coexisted uneasily with decline. The emperor's extravagance drained resources, and his court became increasingly corrupt. Military campaigns against the north, though occasionally bold, often ended in stalemate or defeat, reinforcing the sense that the Liu-Song lacked the strength to achieve reunification. Officials grew more brazen in their self-enrichment, knowing the emperor's attention was divided. And within the palace, succession anxieties resurfaced as Xiuwu's sons and relatives began to position themselves for the future. The contradiction of Xiuwu's reign is striking. On one hand, he was ambitious, projecting energy, pursuing campaigns, and maintaining the dynasty's claim to legitimacy. On the other hand, he indulged in pleasures that undermined discipline, fostered corruption, and weakened the moral image of the throne. He embodied both the promise and the peril of the Liu-Song, capable enough to preserve the dynasty, but indulgent enough to erode its foundation. For the people, the contradictions mattered less than the stability his reign provided. Taxes were still heavy, conscription still disruptive, but life was predictable. Fields were planted, markets bustled, and cultural life flourished. Compared to the terrors of 453, when brothers fought for the throne and the capital shook with fear, Xiuwu's reign seemed like a reprieve. Yet beneath the surface, everyone knew the dynasty's unity was fragile. Ambition and indulgence rarely coexist peacefully, and in Xiuwu's reign, they coexisted uneasily, setting the stage for future instability. Historians often view Emperor Xiuwu as a transitional figure. He was not a disaster like Shao, nor a model ruler like Wen. He was something in between, ambitious enough to preserve the dynasty, indulgent enough to weaken it. His reign kept the Liu-Song alive, but it did not resolve its fundamental problems: succession rivalries, aristocratic tensions, and the looming threat of the Northern Way. Instead, it allowed those problems to simmer, disguised by the surface calm of prosperity and culture. When Xiuwu died in 464, the dynasty once again faced the problem of succession, and once again, the old ghosts of rivalry and betrayal stirred. His reign had shown that the Liu-Song could endure ambition mixed with indulgence, but it had also proven that such a mixture was unsustainable in the long run. The dynasty would soon pay the price for his failure to discipline his court and secure a stable legacy. When Emperor Xiuwu died in 464, he left behind not just a throne but a culture of indulgence that had seeped into the very bones of the Liu-Song court. His reign had preserved the dynasty through ambition, but it had also normalized extravagance, favoritism, and lax discipline. With his passing, the last thin thread of balance snapped. The palace, already prone to intrigue, now plunged deeper into corruption. Court life shifted from cautious diligence, as under Emperor Wen, to a dangerous theater of indulgence and betrayal. The dynasty, still outwardly strong, was rotting from within. The immediate problem was succession. Xiwu's heir, Emperor Qianfei, was young, impulsive, and cruel. Unlike his father, who at least combined ambition with pleasure, Qianfei leaned wholly into indulgence. His reign became notorious almost instantly for its violence and excess. He executed uncles, cousins, and even close advisors, paranoid that they might threaten him. Concubines, favorites, and flatterers dominated his inner circle, while ministers with talent or experience were sidelined or killed. It was as if all the discipline that had held the dynasty together under Emperor Wen had been reversed. The emperor himself modeled chaos, and the court followed his lead. Corruption thrived in this environment. Officials quickly learned that advancement no longer came from competence or loyalty, but from pleasing the emperor's whims. Bribes, gifts, and sycophancy became the currency of court politics. Those who could flatter or entertain the emperor were rewarded with offices and estates, regardless of their abilities. Those who resisted were punished. The bureaucracy, once the backbone of stability, hollowed out as talented administrators were pushed aside. Indulgence was not confined to the palace. Aristocratic families, emboldened by the emperor's recklessness, reasserted their privileges. They exploited their estates, avoided taxes, and treated local peasants as serfs. Without a disciplined ruler to check them, they pursued their own interests openly. The balance that Liu and Emperor Wen had tried to strike, limiting aristocratic power while still relying on them for governance, collapsed. The state lost revenue as nobles evaded obligations, and peasants bore heavier burdens to make up the shortfall. The decline of discipline also infected the army. Under Wen, the military had been kept under firm control, its officers carefully chosen and its loyalty directed toward the throne. Under Qianfei and his successors, favoritism replaced discipline. Commanders were chosen not for their ability, but for their personal ties to the emperor or his favorites. Soldiers, once proud of their loyalty to the dynasty, grew disillusioned as corruption spread through the ranks. Pay was siphoned off by greedy officials, supplies went missing, and morale crumbled. The once disciplined force that had defended the Yangtze frontier began to look less like a professional army and more like a collection of half-starved conscripts. Inside the palace, indulgence reached grotesque extremes. Qianfei was infamous for treating human lives as playthings. He reportedly ordered executions for sport, turned court ceremonies into displays of cruelty, and indulged in feasts while provinces suffered famine. These stories, whether exaggerated or not, captured the sense of moral decay that had overtaken the dynasty. The emperor, once envisioned as the son of heaven, had become a figure of fear and ridicule, his whims dictating the fate of ministers and commoners alike. The consequences rippled outward. Provinces, seeing the court's weakness, grew restless. Local governors acted with increasing independence, ignoring decrees or twisting them for their own gain. Aristocrats fortified their estates, creating miniature strongholds where imperial authority was little more than a distant rumor. Rebellion simmered as oppressed peasants lashed out against corrupt officials. The state, distracted by palace intrigues, often failed to respond effectively. What stability remained in the heartland came not from the dynasty's strength, but from the resilience of local communities. The culture of corruption also poisoned the court's reputation among the people. Under Emperor Wen, peasants had tolerated heavy taxes because they trusted that the state would provide order and relief. Under Qianfei, that trust evaporated. Taxes still came, often harsher than before, but famine relief was siphoned off by greedy officials. Soldiers conscripted from villages returned with tales of neglect and abuse. Rumors spread of the emperor's cruelty, his drunken excesses, his disregard for heaven's mandate. In a Confucian world, where moral legitimacy was as vital as military power, such rumors were devastating. Ironically, the dynasty's cultural refinement continued even amid this decay. Scholars still wrote poetry, monks still translated Buddhist texts, and artists still produced works of beauty. But these achievements coexisted with corruption rather than countering it. The brilliance of Southern culture under the Liu-Song was like a lacquered surface covering rotting wood. It gleamed on the outside, but the structure beneath was weakening day by day. The decline of discipline at court also deepened the cycle of family violence. Qianfei's paranoia drove him to slaughter relatives, but in doing so he only confirmed their fears that survival required preemptive strikes. Brothers, cousins, and uncles all looked at one another through the lens of suspicion, waiting for the next betrayal. The dynasty became a family devouring itself, each emperor's indulgence fueling the paranoia of his successors. What had begun with Xiao's patricide and Jun's fratricide was now entrenched as the dynasty's way of life. When Qianfei himself was assassinated in 465, killed by his own relatives, few were surprised. His short, violent reign had left the court exhausted and the dynasty weaker than ever. But his death did not end the cycle, it only continued it. Every emperor who followed would face the same poisoned environment, a court where indulgence was expected, corruption was rampant, and betrayal was the natural language of survival. Looking back, the decline of discipline at court was not a single event but a process. It began subtly, with Xiuwu's indulgences, and accelerated rapidly under Qianfei's cruelty. It turned the Liu-Song from a dynasty that had once claimed Confucian virtue into one that symbolized its betrayal. The dynasty still stood, but its legitimacy was crumbling, its officials corrupt, its army weakened, and its people disillusioned. The lesson of this decline is sobering. Dynasties do not collapse simply because of external enemies. Often, they collapse because discipline erodes from within. The Liu-Song, once stabilized by the diligence of Emperor Wen, became a playground for indulgence and corruption after his death. The palace walls that had once symbolized imperial authority now symbolized moral decay. And when walls rot from within, it takes only the smallest push from outside to bring them crashing down. If corruption and indulgence weakened the Liu-Song court from within, the question of regional power threatened it from without. The dynasty's greatest challenge after the chaos of Emperor Wen's assassination was not only the plotting of princes or the scheming of courtiers. It was the fragile balance between the central government in Jiankang and the regional governors who commanded real authority in the provinces. In a state that lacked the resources of a unified empire, these men were both the dynasty's defenders and its greatest danger. The geography of the Liu-Song made this balance especially delicate. The dynasty's heartland lay along the Yangtze River, but its territory stretched outward into regions that were difficult to control from the capital. The further one moved from Jiankang, the looser imperial authority became. In practice, regional governors operated with considerable autonomy. They commanded local garrisons, collected taxes, and administered justice. Their power over local populations was often stronger than that of the emperor himself. This arrangement had roots in the dynasty's founding. Liu Yu, the founder, had risen as a general backed by regional armies. His successors inherited a system where military governors were indispensable. To strip them of power outright would have been suicidal. They were the very men who kept the northern way at bay and suppressed rebellions. But to allow them too much freedom was equally dangerous. An ambitious governor, secure in his province, could defy or even overthrow the central government. The Liu-Song thus lived in a constant tension. It needed strong governors, but feared them at the same time. At first, emperors tried to manage this tension by rotating governors frequently, preventing them from establishing deep roots in any one region. But this solution carried risks of its own. Frequent transfers bred resentment, as governors lost local ties and revenues. Worse, it sometimes encouraged corruption, as officials exploited their short tenures to enrich themselves quickly before being moved elsewhere. The emperor's attempt to prevent rebellion often ended by fueling misrule and discontent. The court also tried to balance governors against one another. No single family was allowed to dominate too many provinces at once, and rivalries were sometimes encouraged deliberately to keep ambitious men in check. But these strategies only worked when the central government was disciplined and respected. Under Emperor Wen, such balancing acts were effective. His diligence and authority ensured that governors knew the capital's hand was firm. Under his successors, however, as corruption spread and emperors indulged themselves, the balance became precarious. Governors realized they could exploit weakness at the center to expand their own power. This fragility became obvious during times of crisis. When rebellions flared or northern incursions threatened, the central government relied on governors to raise troops and defend the frontiers. Sometimes they complied dutifully, but at other times they dragged their feet, hoarded resources, or even negotiated secretly with enemies to secure their provinces. In a dynasty where loyalty was increasingly fragile, the temptation to look out for one's own survival outweighed loyalty to Jiankang. The balance also had a cultural dimension. Many governors came from old aristocratic families that resented the dynasty's origins in Liu Yu's usurpation. They accepted imperial authority when convenient, but never forgot that they considered themselves the true guardians of Chinese tradition. Their estates and local networks gave them influence that the emperor could not easily override. The court, in turn, relied on these families to staff bureaucracy and provide legitimacy. It was a marriage of necessity, but one filled with suspicion on both sides. For the people in the provinces, this fragile balance meant uncertainty. When a governor was competent, life might be stable, taxes predictable, and protection reliable. When a governor was corrupt or ambitious, peasants suffered. Armies were billeted in villages, grain was seized, and labor conscripted for endless projects. Worse still, when governors and the court clashed, the provinces became battlegrounds, with civilians paying the price for political rivalries they neither caused nor understood. The rise and fall of individual governors often mirrored the fate of the dynasty itself. Some remained loyal, preserving stability even when the court wavered. Others grew restless, testing the limits of autonomy. There were constant rumors of rebellion, whispers that this or that governor was raising troops not for the dynasty but for himself. The central government, distracted by palace intrigue and family feuds, often responded too slowly, either overreacting with purges or underreacting until crises spiraled out of control. The balance between center and provinces became even more fragile as emperors themselves grew paranoid. After Emperor Wen's assassination and the bloody rivalry of his sons, rulers increasingly feared powerful generals and governors. Rather than cultivate loyalty, they often resorted to preemptive strikes, executing or demoting officials they suspected of disloyalty. This strategy backfired spectacularly, for it bred resentment and convinced many governors that survival required plotting against the throne before the throne plotted against them. In this environment, the central government's reach shrank. Edicts from Jiankang were obeyed selectively, taxes skimmed before reaching the capital, and military campaigns hampered by governors unwilling to cooperate fully. The empire, still called Liu-Song, was in practice a patchwork of semi-autonomous provinces held together by fragile strands of loyalty, fear, and convenience. The emperor remained nominally supreme, but his grasp was slipping. Historians often describe this dynamic as the fatal flaw of the southern dynasties. Without the resources of the north, southern states like the Liu-Song depended on strong local governance. But strong governors were always a double-edged sword, too weak, and the empire fell to external enemies, too strong, and they threatened the throne itself. The Liu-Song never solved this puzzle, and its later rulers, weakened by indulgence and paranoia, only made the balance more unstable. For ordinary people, this fragile balance often determined whether life was bearable or miserable. A benevolent governor could mitigate the excesses of the court, providing relief during famines or curbing corruption. An ambitious one could drag entire provinces into rebellion, leaving villages burned and families displaced. The fate of peasants and merchants alike depended less on the emperor's policies than on the whims of local rulers, whose power was both a shield and a threat. Looking back, the balance between regional governors and central authority was not merely a structural weakness, it was a reflection of the dynasty's deeper fragility. A dynasty that trusted neither its officials nor its family members could hardly expect to command enduring loyalty. The Liu-Song lived in a constant state of suspicion, and suspicion is no foundation for lasting power. The fragile balance held for a time, but like a bridge strained by too much weight, It was destined to collapse under the pressures of betrayal, corruption, and war. As the court in Jiankang sank deeper into indulgence, suspicion, and corruption, the empire's provinces began to smolder. The fragile balance between central authority and regional governors had already weakened, but by the middle of the 5th century, that balance tipped toward chaos. Rebellions and uprisings flared across the Liu-Song domain, each one draining the dynasty's strength, eroding its legitimacy, and reminding the people that their rulers were less guardians than predators. Rebellions in Chinese history often sprouted from the soil of peasant despair. Taxes, conscription, famine, and corruption created a combustible mix. Under Emperor Wen, diligence had kept these pressures manageable, but after his assassination the burden grew heavier. Emperors distracted by palace intrigue demanded ever more resources to fund campaigns and court luxuries, while local officials siphoned off grain and silver. For peasants who already lived on the edge of survival, there was little room left to endure. Rebellions became not rare disasters, but recurring facts of life. Some uprisings were spontaneous, fueled by desperation. A flood might ruin harvests, leaving villages starving. When local officials failed to deliver relief, or worse, continued to demand taxes, peasants rose up, armed with farm tools, hoping to force change. These rebellions rarely lasted long. Imperial troops crushed them swiftly. But even when suppressed, they drained resources and revealed the dynasty's inability to care for its people. Each rebellion was a wound, small in itself, but part of a larger hemorrhage that bled away the dynasty's strength. Other uprisings were more organized, led by disaffected officials or ambitious generals. These were the most dangerous. A governor who felt slighted, a prince who feared execution, or a general who saw opportunity could raise banners of revolt, claiming loyalty to heaven or the people while seeking power for himself. In a dynasty poisoned by fratricide and paranoia, rebellion became both a survival tactic and a path to ambition. Each new revolt signaled not just discontent, but the crumbling of loyalty within the ruling class itself. One of the most persistent features of these uprisings was the way rebels cloaked themselves in moral legitimacy. In a Confucian world, it was not enough to seek power, one had to justify it. Rebels often accused the court of betrayal of filial piety, corruption, or neglect of the people. They presented themselves as restorers of order, even when their true motives were ambition. Ironically, the Liu-Song Dynasty, born itself from Liu Yu's usurpation, now faced imitators who followed the same path. The cycle of rebellion, justification, and suppression became the rhythm of its later years. The cost of these uprisings was enormous. Each rebellion forced the court to mobilize armies, draining the treasury and exhausting the people. Grain was seized, taxes raised, and soldiers conscripted, further alienating the very population the dynasty relied upon. Victory often brought little relief, for the suppression of one revolt only set the stage for the next. Generals who crushed rebels gained prestige, sometimes becoming threats themselves. Suppressed rebels often re-emerged in new guises, their grievances unresolved. The dynasty was caught in a cycle it could not escape: rebellion, suppression, exhaustion, repeat. The Northern Wei watched these struggles closely, sometimes exploiting them. A rebellion in the south weakened the dynasty's defenses, leaving the frontier exposed. Wei raids and incursions often followed, further straining the Song's resources. Some rebels even courted Wei support, offering alliances against Jiankang. The dynasty's enemies did not need to invade in full force. The Liu-Song was weakening itself from within, and outsiders merely needed to wait and prod. For ordinary people, rebellions brought terror more than hope. While rebels often spoke of justice, their armies looted villages as readily as imperial troops did. Farmers were forced to feed soldiers, families displaced, homes burned. Survival meant fleeing into the hills, hiding grain, or swearing loyalty to whichever army controlled the area that week. Many peasants cared little whether the emperor or a rebel prince claimed the mandate of heaven. They only wished to survive the devastation left in the wake of endless uprisings. Cultural memory of these rebellions often emphasized betrayal. Ballads and rumors circulated of generals who promised loyalty only to revolt, of brothers who raised armies against brothers, of emperors who crushed rebellions with cruelty only to fall themselves soon after. To the people, it seemed the dynasty was cursed, trapped in a cycle of family bloodshed and rebellion that no one could break. The image of the emperor as the moral heart of society had already been tarnished. Repeated uprisings confirmed that heaven no longer favored the Liu-Song. One striking feature of these rebellions was how often they emerged from the imperial family itself. Princes denied power or fearing purges saw rebellion as their only option. This blurred the line between civil war and local revolt. The dynasty's family conflicts were indistinguishable from rebellion. The court became both the source and target of unrest. Each uprising eroded not just military strength, but also the moral authority of the imperial house. Over time, the sheer frequency of uprisings hollowed out the state. Soldiers were constantly on campaign, shifting from one province to another, spreading exhaustion and resentment. Taxes rose as defeats multiplied, but the money was wasted on short-term victories that solved nothing. Generals gained power at the expense of the emperor, and local populations turned cynical, expecting betrayal rather than protection. The dynasty still stood, but only in name. Its strength was sapped, its legitimacy eroded, its people weary. Historians often describe the Liu-Song's later years as a death by 1,000 cuts, and rebellions were the deepest cuts of all. No single uprising destroyed the dynasty outright, but together they drained its energy, weakened its army, and undermined its claim to the mandate of heaven. By the time external enemies and ambitious usurpers struck in the late 5th century, the dynasty was already staggering from the accumulated toll of rebellion. Looking back, the rebellions of the Liu-Song reveal the paradox of power. A dynasty that rose through rebellion was undone by it. A family that had seized the throne through force could not prevent others from trying the same. A state that claimed to embody Confucian order presided over decades of betrayal and unrest. The rebellions were not accidents. They were the natural result of a dynasty that never solved its contradictions, that tried to govern with both indulgence and suspicion, ambition and paranoia. For the peasants who lived through it, the dynasty's story was not one of glory or legitimacy, but of endless uprisings, endless suffering. The banners of rebels and emperors may have changed, but the pattern remained the same. Villages burned, soldiers marched, and lives were broken. And in the end, the rebellions were not just the symptom of decline, they were the disease itself, the chronic unrest that bled the Liu-Song dry until it collapsed under its own weakness. By the middle of the 5th century, the Liu-Song military faced a crisis of exhaustion. On paper, the dynasty still commanded a formidable army, with garrisons stationed along the Yangtze River, patrols guarding the Huai River Valley, and provincial forces available for emergencies. In reality, however, the constant strain of rebellions, northern wars, and court intrigues had left the military stretched to its breaking point. The dynasty depended on soldiers for survival, but it demanded more from them than it could sustain, leaving frontiers exposed and provinces restless. The seeds of this crisis had been sown long before. Emperor Wen had emphasized discipline and careful military planning, but even during his reign, repeated campaigns against the Northern Wei revealed the limits of southern manpower and logistics. River transport gave the dynasty some advantages, but it also constrained mobility. Armies depended on grain shipped down the Yangtze, and any disruption in transport spelled disaster. Soldiers in the north often starved not because the dynasty lacked food, but because supply lines were too long and vulnerable. Wen's caution had been rooted in realism. The south simply could not sustain prolonged northern offensives. After his death, however, that discipline crumbled. Emperors like Xiaowu entertained dreams of conquest, but lacked their father's restraint. Campaigns were launched with inadequate preparation, often to distract from palace intrigue rather than to secure real strategic goals. Soldiers marched north only to suffer defeat, retreat, and disease. These repeated failures drained morale. For veterans, the campaigns became less about defending the dynasty and more about surviving another fruitless venture ordered by distant emperors. The rebellions that followed Wen's assassination worsened the strain. Soldiers who should have defended the frontier against the Northern Wei were instead recalled to suppress uprisings in the provinces. One year they were ordered north, the next south, and then back again, with little rest in between. This ceaseless redeployment frayed discipline and scattered units, making it difficult to maintain cohesion. The army became reactive rather than strategic, always rushing to put out fires, but never strong enough to prevent them. Corruption further hollowed the military. Funds meant for pay and supplies often disappeared into the pockets of court favorites or corrupt governors. Soldiers went unpaid for months, sometimes surviving only by pillaging local villages. Officers padded rosters with fake names to collect extra salaries, while deserters were quietly ignored as long as their commanders sent in nominal reports. The dynasty that once prided itself on discipline now tolerated a military culture riddled with graft and neglect. The effect on frontier defenses was devastating. The Northern Wei, ever watchful, probed the Huai River frontier, testing the dynasty's strength. Sometimes the Song armies managed to repel them, other times, Wei raiders burned villages and carried captives back north. Each incursion, whether large or small, reminded the people of the South that their dynasty could not guarantee protection. Refugees streamed into safer areas, abandoning frontier lands and shrinking the effective territory under Liu-Song control. Meanwhile, provincial unrest added another layer of pressure. Governors who distrusted the court often withheld troops or used them for their own purposes. In some cases, entire garrisons were more loyal to their local commander than to the emperor. When rebellions erupted, provincial soldiers sometimes switched sides or stood idle, calculating which way the wind was blowing. The court in Jiankang, increasingly paranoid, responded by shuffling commanders constantly, but this only made the army less stable. Units never developed trust in their leaders, and leaders never built familiarity with their troops. The dynasty's military also suffered from the decline of aristocratic support. Under one, aristocratic families had contributed officers and resources to the army, binding their prestige to the dynasty's success. But as corruption spread and discipline collapsed, many aristocrats retreated into their estates, avoiding military service. The burden of soldiering fell increasingly on peasants and conscripts who lacked training and motivation. The quality of the army declined, even as its demands on the population grew harsher. Disease and desertion compounded these problems. Soldiers sent to the northern frontiers often succumbed to illness in the marshes and plains. Campaigns dragged on with little to show, and deserters slipped away to their home villages, preferring punishment to endless hardship. The dynasty tried to enforce discipline through harsh penalties, but fear was no substitute for loyalty. An army motivated by survival rather than devotion could not hold the line forever. The consequences of this stretched military were visible everywhere. The frontier with the Northern Wei remained a wound that never healed. In the provinces, rebellions simmered because the court lacked the strength to deter them. Even Jiankang itself, the capital, lived with the fear that its garrisons might not hold if a determined enemy approached. The dynasty's legitimacy, already weakened by palace bloodshed and corruption, eroded further as people realized the emperor could not protect them. Yet the tragedy of the Liu-Song military was not that it lacked brave soldiers or capable commanders, it was that the system itself betrayed them. Veterans still fought valiantly in defense of their homes, generals occasionally won brilliant victories, and the Yangtze still served as a natural shield. But without discipline at the center, without honest pay, without stable leadership, these strengths were squandered. The dynasty had the raw ingredients for defense, but squandered them through indulgence and paranoia. For the people, the stretched military meant constant disruption. Villages on the frontier lived in fear of Wei raids. Those in the provinces feared conscription for endless campaigns. Farmers saw their sons marched away, often never to return. Markets suffered as trade routes were disrupted by unrest. Life became a constant balancing act, paying taxes to avoid punishment, hiding grain to survive famine, and praying that armies, whether imperial or rebel, passed by without pillaging. Historians often remark that the Liu-Song was undone not by one great battle, but by the slow erosion of its military capacity. Each rebellion drained strength, each failed campaign sapped morale, each corrupt official hollowed out the system. By the time serious external threats arose in the late 5th century, the dynasty's military was already too thin, too divided, and too exhausted to respond effectively. The empire still stood, but its defenses were brittle, like a shield full of cracks waiting for the final blow. Looking back, the story of the Liu-Song army is one of squandered potential. It had once been the instrument of Liu Yu's rise, the force that carved a dynasty out of chaos. Under one, it had been disciplined and cautious, capable of defending the south. But under his successors, indulgence, corruption, and endless crises stretched it too thin. The dynasty demanded too much from its soldiers while giving them too little in return. And when an empire asks more of its army than it can provide, collapse is only a matter of time. If the provinces groaned under rebellion and the frontiers strained against Wei pressure, the palace in Jiankong was no less turbulent. Indeed, the greatest danger to the Liu-Song dynasty often came not from external enemies, but from within its own walls. By the latter half of the 5th century, palace intrigues had become a vicious cycle, emperors betrayed by their kin, brothers plotting against brothers, ministers scheming for survival, and every alliance as fragile as spun glass. What had once been a dynasty's beating heart became a pit of suspicion where loyalty was fleeting and betrayal inevitable. The roots of this spiral stretched back to the assassination of Emperor Wen. When Crown Prince Liu Shao murdered his father in 453, he broke the most sacred bond of filial piety and set a precedent that could not be undone. If a son could kill his father, then a brother could kill a brother, and an uncle could depose a nephew. From that moment onward, violence within the family was not unthinkable, it was expected. Later emperors inherited not just a throne but a poisoned atmosphere where kinship meant little and survival meant everything. Under Emperor Shiwu, suspicion lingered but indulgence dulled its edge. He eliminated some rivals, but also sought reconciliation, offering titles and estates to surviving brothers. Yet the damage was done. None of these reconciliations erased the memory of fratricide. When Shiwu died, the court's thin fabric of trust unraveled again. His successor, Emperor Qianfei, became notorious for paranoia so extreme that it shocked even the weary courtiers of Jiankong. Qianfei's reign was short but emblematic of the dynasty's descent. Barely on the throne, he began executing uncles, cousins, and ministers he suspected of disloyalty. Entire branches of the imperial clan were wiped out in purges that seemed more like personal vendettas than political strategy. Qianfei treated kin not as family, but as threats to be eliminated preemptively. The palace became a place of terror, where every relative feared being summoned for an audience that might end at the executioner's block. Ministers fared little better. Some were killed for minor offenses, others for imagined slights, and still others simply to entertain the emperor's cruel whims. The emperor's paranoia bred more betrayal. Brothers and uncles, realizing that survival depended on striking first, began to plot. Ministers whispered alliances in hidden corners, weighing whether to betray the emperor or their fellow courtiers. Palace eunuchs and concubines, long influential, now played decisive roles, carrying secrets between factions or tipping the balance in palace coups. Loyalty was an impossible standard, betrayal was the default. When Qianfei himself was assassinated in 465, few mourned him. His death, engineered by his own kin, was met not with outrage but with weary acceptance. Another emperor had fallen, another betrayal completed. The cycle turned again. His successor, Emperor Ming, initially tried to restore order, but the precedent of fratricide haunted him. He, too, executed brothers and nephews, convinced that they plotted against him. His reign was marked by intelligence, but also by cruelty, as he wove an elaborate web of spies and informants to monitor his family and ministers. The palace walls became ears, and every word spoken in private might return to haunt its speaker. The spiral deepened because betrayal became self-fulfilling. An emperor who executed a brother out of suspicion created fear among the others, which in turn drove them to plot. Ministers, seeing rivals fall in sudden purges, schemed to strike first rather than wait their turn. Eunuchs, servants, and concubines exploited this atmosphere to advance their own positions, knowing that emperors relied on them for whispers of loyalty and betrayal. The palace was no longer a place of governance, it was a battlefield of survival. The consequences for governance were catastrophic. While emperors obsessed over family plots, the business of ruling suffered. Decisions about taxation, military defense, and famine relief were delayed or distorted by court intrigue. Ministers cared less about serving the people than about navigating palace factions. Imperial decrees often reflected the emperor's paranoia more than the empire's needs. Meanwhile, the provinces burned with rebellion and the frontier sagged under way pressure, but the palace was consumed by suspicion and vengeance. The spiral of intrigue also poisoned the dynasty's legitimacy. In Confucian ideology, the emperor was supposed to embody virtue, harmony, and moral order. Instead, the emperors of the Liu-Song became known for cruelty, paranoia, and betrayal. Each new assassination or purge was proof that the dynasty had lost the mandate of heaven. To the people, the court was not a beacon of order, but a den of snakes devouring each other. Songs and rumors mocked the emperors, painting them as tyrants who cared only for their own survival. Such perceptions mattered deeply, for legitimacy was as much about moral image as raw power. And yet, amid the chaos, life in the palace retained an eerie normalcy. Ceremonies continued, poetry was composed, banquets held. Ministers bowed, courtiers flattered, and rituals honored heaven. But beneath the surface, everyone knew the rituals were hollow. A smile might mask a plot, a bow might conceal a dagger. The palace was a theater where every gesture could be deception, every ally a potential traitor. The most tragic victims of these intrigues were often the emperors themselves. Isolated by paranoia, surrounded by schemers, they rarely trusted anyone, not even their mothers, wives, or children. To sit on the throne was to live in constant fear of poison, daggers, or betrayal. Some emperors became cruel as a defense mechanism, striking preemptively to terrify rivals. Others sank into indulgence, numbing themselves with pleasures to forget their danger. Either way, the spiral continued, as each ruler both suffered from and contributed to the cycle of betrayal. Historians later described the Liu-Song Palace as a house of ghosts, haunted by the blood of its own rulers. The dynasty had begun with the vigor of Liu Yu, the general who seized the throne through ambition and discipline. But within 2 generations, that vigor had rotted into suspicion and violence. The imperial family, instead of uniting to protect the throne, destroyed itself from within. The palace, meant to symbolize the emperor's supremacy, became the stage on which the dynasty's decline played out in grisly detail. Looking back, the spiral of palace intrigues explains much about the dynasty's fall. A court consumed by betrayal cannot govern effectively, cannot command loyalty, and cannot inspire legitimacy. The Liu-Song did not collapse all at once, it was strangled slowly by its own intrigues. Brothers killed brothers, nephews murdered uncles, ministers betrayed emperors, and emperors turned on their kin. In the end, the dynasty's greatest enemy was not the northern Wei or rebellious provinces. It was itself, tearing apart in cycles of betrayal until nothing remained. By the later years of the Liu-Song dynasty, its greatest weakness was not only military exhaustion or provincial unrest, but the collapse of its reputation. In the Chinese political imagination, a dynasty's survival depended not only on armies and grain, but on the mandate of heaven, a moral legitimacy that convinced both officials and commoners that the emperor's rule was divinely sanctioned. Once that legitimacy eroded, collapse was inevitable, no matter how many soldiers still stood on the walls of Jiankang. For the Liu-Song, cruelty and instability at the throne destroyed that moral foundation. What remained was not the image of guardians of Confucian order, but of tyrants trapped in paranoia, dragging their house into ruin. The damage began with Emperor Wen's assassination. To the people, the murder of a father by his own son shattered the Confucian core of the dynasty. Filial piety was supposed to be the root of order, the model for how subjects obeyed rulers, wives obeyed husbands, and sons obeyed fathers. When Crown Prince Liu Shao killed Emperor Wen in 453, he broke that chain. From then on, the dynasty could never fully repair its moral credibility. Even though Shao was overthrown quickly, the memory of that betrayal lingered. Every rebellion, every purge, every fratricide seemed to echo that first crime, convincing people that the Liu-Song had forfeited heaven's favor. Later emperors compounded the damage. Emperor Qianfei, notorious for cruelty, treated executions as entertainment, slaughtering uncles, cousins, and ministers alike. Stories spread of him ordering relatives drowned, of officials beaten to death on whims, of a court steeped in terror. Whether all these accounts were true hardly mattered. Their spread cemented an image of the throne as bloodstained. Qianfei's assassination in 465, carried out by his own kin, did nothing to repair the dynasty's reputation. If anything, it proved that even within the palace walls, loyalty no longer existed. Emperor Ming, more intelligent but equally ruthless, continued the spiral. Determined not to share Qianfei's fate, he built a regime of spies and informants, monitoring every word and gesture of his brothers and nephews. His paranoia drove him to execute dozens of kin, eliminating rivals before they could even conspire. Officials feared not only disfavor but suspicion. A careless remark could lead to death. Ming was remembered as clever, but also as cold and merciless. In him, the dynasty displayed not stability, but a brilliance warped by fear, a throne more cage than crown. As cruelty defined the emperors, instability defined their reigns. No ruler could expect a natural death without paranoia. Some were murdered by brothers, others poisoned by nephews, others cut down in palace coups. Few reigned long enough to provide continuity, and each succession was tainted by violence. Ministers could never be sure which emperor they would serve next or whether pledging loyalty today would mean death tomorrow. The bureaucracy, once the backbone of governance, hollowed out as officials focused on self-preservation rather than service. The dynasty still had rulers, but they seemed less like guardians of heaven and more like ghosts passing through a haunted palace. The erosion of reputation had ripple effects throughout the empire. Peasants, hearing rumors of imperial cruelty, began to doubt the dynasty's claim to legitimacy. When taxes increased or soldiers pillaged, they no longer saw these burdens as part of heaven's order, but as evidence of a cursed regime. Rebellions often invoked the dynasty's cruelty as justification, claiming that heaven had withdrawn its favor. Even generals loyal to the throne hesitated, for they knew that an emperor who killed his own kin might turn on them next. Culturally, the contrast was striking. The South still produced poetry, calligraphy, and Buddhist scholarship of great refinement. Monks translated sutras, scholars debated the classics, and artists painted serene landscapes. But these achievements stood in jarring contrast to the violence of the throne. Southern culture gleamed brightly, yet the dynasty that sponsored it was collapsing under its own bloodshed. Historians later noted this paradox, that in the Liu-Song's final decades, its culture reached dazzling heights, while its politics sank to abysmal depths. The brilliance of its scholars could not disguise the rot of its emperors. The reputation of the dynasty also suffered abroad. The Northern Wei, always eager to claim moral superiority, mocked the South's instability. Wei envoys returned from Jiankang with stories of chaos and cruelty, feeding propaganda that painted the Liu-Song as unworthy claimants to the Chinese legacy. For a dynasty that prided itself on being the true inheritor of Han civilization, such comparisons were devastating. If the South claimed Confucian virtue but practiced fratricide and terror, then how is it better than the so-called barbarians in the North? The Liu-Song's moral authority eroded not only at home but in the eyes of its rivals. Perhaps the most damning effect of cruelty and instability was how it normalized betrayal. Once the court accepted that emperors could kill brothers, nephews, and even sons, the dynasty lost any semblance of sacred authority. The throne became just another prize in a deadly contest, its aura stripped away. Generals and ministers no longer feared the emperor as heaven's son, they feared him only as a dangerous man. And fear, unlike reverence, inspires rebellion as much as obedience. The erosion of reputation reached ordinary lives in subtler ways too. In the countryside, Peasants began to view the dynasty's edicts as commands of men, not decrees of heaven. They obeyed when they had to, defied when they could, and increasingly turned to local strongmen or Buddhist monasteries for protection. In times of famine, it was often monasteries, not imperial granaries, that fed the hungry. In times of unrest, it was local lineages, not imperial armies, that defended villages. The dynasty's cruelty and instability convinced many that survival depended not on the emperor but on themselves. By the 470s, the Liu-Song name evoked less pride than exhaustion. For courtiers, serving the dynasty meant navigating a labyrinth of suspicion where one misstep could be fatal. For soldiers, defending the dynasty meant marching endlessly with little reward. For peasants, paying taxes meant feeding a court they despised. For rivals, watching the dynasty's instability meant waiting patiently for the south to collapse. The mandate of heaven had slipped away, not in a single dramatic moment, but in a slow erosion, each act of cruelty, each betrayal, each assassination eating away at the dynasty's foundation. Historians often describe the Liu-Song's reputation as bled white by the time of its final emperors. Cruelty had replaced virtue, instability had replaced order, and the dynasty's moral image, the one thing that might have compensated for military weakness or provincial unrest, was gone. In the Chinese historical imagination, once a dynasty lost its moral mandate, its fall was only a matter of time. The Liu-Song, by the late 5th century, had reached that point. Looking back, it is clear that cruelty and instability did not merely weaken the dynasty, they defined it. The Liu-Song became known not for its diligence, as under one, but for its bloodshed, paranoia, and betrayals. Its reputation, once a claim to Confucian legitimacy, eroded into a cautionary tale. And when a dynasty is remembered more for its cruelty than its virtue, history has already sealed its fate. By the closing years of the 470s, the Liu-Song dynasty was living on borrowed time. Decades of palace intrigue, fratricidal bloodshed, rebellions, and corruption had eaten away at its foundations. What had begun as a vigorous state under Liu, forged by the sword of a general and stabilized by the diligence of Emperor Wen, had now become a dynasty staggering under its own contradictions. When it finally collapsed, there was no single decisive blow. Rather, its fall was the cumulative weight of betrayal within the palace, rebellion in the provinces, and relentless pressure from the northern way. It was a dynasty undone not only by its enemies, but by itself. The palace, once the nerve center of imperial authority, had become a theater of paranoia and cruelty. Emperors lived in constant fear of their brothers, nephews, and ministers. Some, like Qianfei, lashed out in bloody purges. Others, like Ming, relied on spies and executions to preempt betrayal. The result was always the same: an imperial family decimated by suspicion, ministers too terrified to govern, and a court consumed by survival rather than service. By the late 470s, the Liu-Song throne had lost all moral authority. To its own officials, it was not heaven's seat but a cursed chair where one sat briefly before being murdered. This atmosphere of betrayal weakened the dynasty from within. Imperial princes who might have defended the throne instead turned against it, either plotting rebellion or seeking alliances with disaffected generals. Ministers, deprived of stability, turned their energy towards self-preservation, enriching themselves while neglecting the empire's needs. Eunuchs and concubines wielded outsized power, playing factions against one another. Every new reign began not with confidence, but with a question: who will be killed first, and by whom? The provinces, meanwhile, smoldered with unrest. Rebellions had become almost seasonal, rising whenever taxes grew unbearable, famine struck, or governors grew ambitious. Suppressing these uprisings drained soldiers and silver, and yet they never truly solved the problem. Each rebellion left scars, displaced populations, and embittered survivors. Worse, each suppression gave generals more power, making them both indispensable and dangerous to the throne. The dynasty could neither do without them nor fully trust them. Provincial governors increasingly acted as warlords in their own territories, paying lip service to Jiankong while hoarding resources. The empire that still bore the name Liu-Song had in reality become a patchwork of semi-independent regions, its unity fragile at best. And all the while, the northern way loomed. To the south, the Liu-Song emperors still proclaimed themselves the guardians of Chinese civilization, the rightful heirs of Han and Jin. But to the north, the Wei rulers strengthened their state, consolidating power, expanding their armies, and adopting Chinese institutions to solidify legitimacy. Each year, they probed the frontier, sometimes with raids, sometimes with full campaigns. The Liu-Song, its army stretched thin and riddled with corruption, struggled to respond. Victories were rare, defeats common, and even when stalemate held, the cost was crippling. By the time Emperor Hefei came to the throne in 472, the dynasty was already reeling. Barely a teenager, Hefei was controlled by powerful ministers and generals, particularly Xiao Daoqing, a man who would play the decisive role in the dynasty's end. Hefei's reign was marked by instability and recklessness. He alienated generals with rash decisions, squandered resources on indulgences, and terrified officials with violent outbursts. His youth and cruelty eroded what little credibility the dynasty had left. For those at court, it became clear that the Liu-Song no longer produced rulers capable of saving the state. The final betrayal came from within. Xiao Daoqing, once a loyal general, recognized both the weakness of the throne and his own opportunity. He maneuvered carefully, consolidating support among officials and the army. In 477, Hefei was assassinated in a palace coup, engineered with Zhao's support. The emperor's death was met not with resistance, but with resignation. Few mourned him, fewer defended him, and many quietly acknowledged that the dynasty had lost its right to rule. Xiao Daoqing installed a puppet, Emperor Shun, the last Liu-Song monarch. But Shun was little more than a placeholder, a teenager with no real power. The court, exhausted by decades of betrayal, offered little resistance as Xiao gradually took control. In 479, he formally deposed Emperor Shun and declared himself the founder of a new dynasty, the Southern Qi. The Liu-Song was finished. Its collapse was not the fiery destruction of a great capital or the conquest of foreign armies, but the quiet suffocation of a dynasty already gutted by internal decay. There was no grand last stand, no heroic defense of Jiankang. Instead, the dynasty dissolved almost passively, its officials too weary, its people too disillusioned, and its soldiers too exhausted to resist. Xiao Daoqing did not seize a vigorous empire. He merely swept up the pieces of one that had already fallen apart. For contemporaries, the Liu-Song's fall confirmed what they had long suspected, that the dynasty had lost the mandate of heaven. Its emperors had murdered fathers, brothers, nephews, and ministers. Its court had abandoned discipline for indulgence. Its provinces had erupted in endless rebellion. Its army had crumbled under corruption and fatigue. And through it all, the people had suffered, paying taxes to support rulers who could not protect them. The dynasty had not been toppled by the Northern Wei or destroyed by one decisive rebellion. It had collapsed under the cumulative weight of betrayal, rebellion, and external pressure. The irony was bitter. The Liu-Song had risen out of chaos, promising stability where the Eastern Jin had failed. It had proclaimed itself the rightful guardian of Chinese civilization, contrasting itself with the so-called barbarians of the North. For a time, under Emperor Wen, it seemed to fulfill that promise. But in the end, it succumbed to the very forces it had claimed to transcend: corruption, betrayal, and instability. Its fall served as yet another chapter in the cycle of dynasties rising and falling, each undone not only by external enemies, but by flaws within its own walls. For the people who lived through it, the collapse was less dramatic than historians later imagined. There was no moment when the empire suddenly ceased to exist. Taxes still came, soldiers still marched, officials still governed. Only the name changed: Liu-Song became Southern Qi. But beneath that surface continuity lay a profound truth. The dynasty that had once claimed heaven's favor had squandered it. Its reputation was gone, its authority broken, and its name consigned to history as another dynasty that rose with vigor and fell with disgrace. Historians later looked at the Liu-Song as a cautionary tale. It demonstrated how quickly legitimacy could be lost, how fragile dynastic unity was when kinship bonds turned into rivalries, and how external threats became fatal when internal weakness hollowed a state. More than anything, it showed that no dynasty could survive betrayal at its core. The Liu-Song fell not because it lacked brave generals, skilled officials, or a productive heartland. It fell because it devoured itself from within until nothing remained to resist the final push. When the Liu-Song finally collapsed in 479, it was not with the thunder of armies storming Jiankang or the dramatic sack of a capital. Instead, it fell in a quiet coup, engineered by Xiao Daoqing, a general who had risen through the ranks by a mixture of talent, cunning, and patience. To many at court, the fall of the Liu-Song and the rise of the Southern Qi seemed less like a revolution than a change of signboards on the palace gates. But this shift was more than cosmetic. It marked the end of one dynasty's bloody cycle of betrayal and the beginning of another that promised stability, at least for a time. The Liu-Song had weakened itself so thoroughly that Zhao's rise appeared almost inevitable. By the 470s, the imperial family had decimated itself through fratricide, paranoia, and cruelty. Emperor Hofei's assassination in 477, orchestrated by Xiao and other conspirators, revealed just how little loyalty the dynasty commanded. His death provoked no resistance, no outpouring of grief. When Xiao installed a puppet, Emperor Shun, on the throne, everyone knew that the boy was a figurehead. Xiao was the true power, and the dynasty's officials accepted this reality with weary pragmatism. The rise of Southern Qi was therefore less an overthrow than a takeover. Xiao Daoqing moved slowly, carefully consolidating his power. He rewarded loyal generals, placed allies in key offices, and neutralized potential rivals through exile or execution. At the same time, he maintained the outward rituals of Liu-Song legitimacy. Edicts still went out in Emperor Shun's name. Ceremonies honored the Liu-Song ancestors. Officials performed their vows as though nothing had changed. But behind the scenes, Xiao was dismantling the dynasty piece by piece. In 479, he made his move. Claiming that heaven had withdrawn its mandate from the Liu-Song due to its cruelty and instability, Xiao forced Emperor Shun to abdicate. The boy was given the empty title of Prince of Rian before being quietly executed, along with members of his family, to prevent any future claims. With this act, the Liu-Song ended and the Southern Qi began. The transition was swift, almost bloodless compared to the chaos of earlier reigns. Many at court likely felt relief. The dynasty that had once promised order had become a curse. Perhaps now a new regime could provide the stability the people so desperately craved. For Xiao Daoqing, legitimacy required more than seizing the throne. He framed his takeover in moral and cosmic terms, echoing the Confucian rhetoric that had long underpinned dynastic succession. The Liu-Song had lost heaven's favor, he argued, through its betrayal, fratricide, and cruelty. Heaven now favored him, the man who would restore discipline and order. This was not a novel argument. Every new dynasty in Chinese history made the same claim, but it resonated in a court weary of instability. Officials accepted his rule not because they believed in his virtue, but because they longed for peace. The rise of Southern Qi also reflected broader patterns of the Southern dynasty's period. The South lacked the resources of the North, but it survived through cycles of usurpation, one house rising from the wreckage of another, promising stability, only to collapse into the same spiral of corruption and betrayal. The Liu-Song's fall fit neatly into this pattern. Its collapse was not an aberration, but part of the rhythm of Southern politics, where dynasties rose swiftly and fell just as quickly, replaced by the very generals who had once defended them. For the people of the South, the change from Liu-Song to Southern Qi may have felt anticlimactic. Farmers still planted rice, artisans still worked in their shops, monks still chanted sutras in monasteries. Taxes still came due, armies still conscripted, and officials still collected bribes. What changed was the name on the edicts and the face on the throne. Yet beneath this surface continuity lay a profound shift in legitimacy. The Liu-Song, once the proud heir of Han and Jin, was now remembered as a dynasty of cruelty and betrayal. The Southern Qi presented itself as the fresh start, the regime that would purge corruption and restore order. Whether it could live up to that promise was another question entirely. Xiao Daoqing's rise also revealed the growing power of generals in southern politics. The Liu-Song had been founded by a general, Liu Yu, and destroyed by another, Xiao. In a world where dynastic legitimacy crumbled so easily, military strength often mattered more than lineage. Zhao's success showed that an emperor need not be born into a royal house. He needed only the loyalty of soldiers and the ability to manipulate court politics. This precedent would echo throughout the southern dynasties, where military strongmen repeatedly rose to replace failing dynasties. The cultural memory of the Liu-Song's fall was shaped by this transition. Later historians described the dynasty as a cautionary tale, undone by its own cruelty and betrayal. They contrasted its decline with Xiao Daoqing's calculated patience, portraying him as the man who rescued the South from chaos. Yet this narrative also carried irony. Xiao did not save the dynasty, he replaced it. The cycle of rise and fall continued, only with new players. Southern Qi would face many of the same challenges: corruption, aristocratic privilege, and way pressure that had destroyed the Liu-Song. The difference was only in timing, not in kind. The rise of Southern Qi also highlights the resilience of the Chinese dynastic system. Even as one house collapsed, the framework of empire endured. The bureaucracy, the rituals, the tax system, and the ideology of the Mandate of Heaven all continued without interruption. For ordinary people, this continuity mattered more than the dynasty's name. What they needed was stability, protection from raids, and relief from endless taxes and conscription. Whether Liu-Song or Qi ruled, those needs remained. The dynasty's fall was dramatic for the court, but for the people, it was simply another turn in the endless wheel of history. In hindsight, the Liu-Song's fall paved the way for Southern Qi by demonstrating the dangers of unchecked cruelty and instability. The court learned, briefly, that paranoia and betrayal could destroy even a dynasty with strong beginnings. Xiao Daoqing capitalized on this lesson, presenting himself as a disciplined, pragmatic leader who would avoid the mistakes of the past. His regime promised to restore confidence in the throne, at least until the same cycle repeated. The transition also underscored a deeper truth: the South could not afford weak rulers. With the northern way pressing from the north, only a dynasty that maintained discipline could survive. The Liu-Song had squandered its chance by devouring itself from within. The Southern Qi rose not because it was destined for greatness, but because someone had to hold the reins, and Xiao was the only one strong enough to do it. Looking back, the rise of Southern Qi was less a triumph than a reset. The Liu-Song's fall had cleared the stage, and Xiao Daoqing stepped into the spotlight. But the play was the same, the script already written by centuries of dynastic cycles. The Liu-Song had shown how ambition could build a state and how betrayal could destroy it. The Southern Qi would soon learn its own lessons, but for a brief moment in 479, it stood as the promise of renewal, a promise born from the ruins of cruelty, rebellion, and decay. History is rarely kind to dynasties that collapse in blood and betrayal, and the Liu-Song was no exception. From the moment Southern Qi replaced it in 479, historians began weaving its story into the larger fabric of the southern dynasties. To later chroniclers, the Liu-Song embodied the contradictions of its age. It rose with vigor and discipline under a general of humble birth, achieved stability and culture under a diligent ruler, but then squandered it all through paranoia, cruelty, and family bloodshed. When Chinese historians later compiled dynastic histories, they judged the Liu-Song not only for what it achieved, but for what it revealed about the fragility of human ambition. The most striking judgment centered on Emperor Wen. To almost every historian, Wen was the dynasty's high point, the careful ruler who gave it its only real stability. He was praised for his diligence, restraint, and commitment to Confucian governance. Under his watch, taxes were predictable, culture thrived, and the court maintained order. But even here, historians were not uncritical. They pointed out that Wen's caution in military campaigns meant the South never truly challenged Northern way dominance. Worse, his inability to manage succession within his own family laid the foundation for the catastrophe that followed. The paradox of Emperor Wen's reign haunted historical judgment. He embodied diligence, yet his dynasty's greatest betrayal, patricide by his own son, unfolded at the end of his life. Historians also paid attention to the dynasty's culture. In poetry, art, and scholarship, the Liu-Song flourished. Southern elites preserved Confucian learning, patronized Buddhist monasteries, and produced works that shaped China's intellectual tradition. Later chroniclers admired this cultural vibrancy, but also noted its contrast with political decay. To them, the Liu-Song demonstrated a recurring theme in history, that culture can blossom even as politics rots. Some even suggested that the dynasty's obsession with refinement distracted its elites from the brutal realities of power. Elegant verses could not save a throne drowning in betrayal. But it was the betrayals themselves that dominated historical memory. The assassination of Emperor Wen by his son Liu Shao was described in lurid detail in later histories, not just as a political act, but as a moral catastrophe. Filial piety, the cornerstone of Confucian society, had been shattered. Chroniclers held this event up as a symbol of how far the dynasty had strayed from virtue. The fratricidal wars that followed, the paranoia of Emperor Qianfei, the purges of Emperor Ming, all were framed as evidence that the dynasty had lost heaven's mandate. To Confucian historians, heaven had punished the Liu-Song by allowing it to consume itself from within. The cycle of dynasties' rise, flourish, decline, and fall was another lens through which historians judged the Liu-Song. In their telling, the dynasty rose with the vigor of Liu Yu, flourished under Wen, declined with betrayal and indulgence, and fell under the weight of its sins. This cyclical interpretation was not just a pattern, it was a moral framework. Each dynasty, by its conduct, either upheld or lost heaven's favor. The Liu-Song, by descending into cruelty and instability, had forfeited its place in the cycle. Xiao Daoqing's southern Qi, whatever its flaws, was portrayed as heaven's response, the new dynasty called to replace the corrupt old one. Interestingly, some later historians also emphasized the social tensions beneath the dynasty's collapse. They noted how aristocratic families resented Liu Yu's rise from humble origins, and how the court never fully reconciled with them. They observed how peasants bore the brunt of endless taxation and rebellion, fueling unrest that weakened the state. These interpretations went beyond Confucian morality, hinting at structural flaws in Southern politics, the imbalance between central authority and provincial power, the dependence on strong generals, and the constant drain of frontier wars. In this sense, the Liu-Song's failure was not just about bad emperors, but about systemic fragility. Buddhist chroniclers offered yet another perspective. To them, the dynasty's cruelty reflected the karmic consequences of greed and violence. Emperor Wen's diligence earned temporary merit, but the patricide of Liu Shao revealed the corruption of desire. Later emperors, obsessed with pleasure or paranoid about survival, accumulated negative karma that doomed the dynasty. In Buddhist terms, the Liu-Song was an empire bound by samsara, repeating cycles of suffering until its sins pulled it down. This interpretation resonated with common people, who saw in Buddhist teachings a way to explain the endless betrayals of their rulers. What makes the Liu-Song especially fascinating to later historians is how human its failures were. Unlike dynasties destroyed by massive invasions or cataclysmic famines, the Liu-Song fell largely because of people's choices. Sons killed fathers, brothers killed brothers, emperors betrayed ministers, ministers betrayed emperors. These were not faceless structural forces, but personal decisions, driven by ambition, fear, and cruelty. To Confucian historians, this was a moral lesson. Dynasties collapse when virtue is abandoned. To modern scholars, it is also a reminder of how fragile political systems can be when trust evaporates. The dynasty's reputation was also shaped by comparisons. The Northern Wei, despite its non-Han origins, was judged by many historians to have been more stable and disciplined than the Liu-Song. This comparison was devastating for the South, which prided itself on being the true inheritor of Chinese civilization. If barbarians could govern more effectively than the cultured South, What did that say about the Liu-Song's legitimacy? Later historians used this contrast to underline the dynasty's hypocrisy. It claimed to uphold Confucian virtue, but practiced betrayal and cruelty at the highest levels. Even so, not all judgments were harsh. Some scholars looked back on the Liu-Song with a kind of tragic sympathy. They acknowledged its cultural achievements, its survival in a difficult geopolitical environment, and its attempts to carry the torch of Chinese civilization in the south. They noted the brilliance of Emperor Wen's reign, the resilience of southern peasants, and the creativity of southern scholars. In this view, the Liu-Song was not only a dynasty of cruelty, but also one of vitality, whose downfall was tragic rather than inevitable. Still, the overall verdict was damning. The Liu-Song was remembered as a dynasty that squandered its promise. It had risen with vigor and established stability, but it betrayed itself through fratricide, paranoia, and cruelty. It left behind great poetry and haunting cautionary tales, but no enduring legacy of governance. Its story became a moral warning about the dangers of betrayal, indulgence, and the collapse of discipline. Looking back, historians judge the Liu-Song as a microcosm of the Southern Dynasty's era itself, brilliant in culture, fragile in politics, prone to betrayal, and destined for short lives. It was remembered not only for its emperor's sins, but for what those sins revealed about the cycle of dynastic history. Diligence could sustain a state for a time, but without trust and virtue, betrayal would always return to claim its due. The Liu-Song's fall was not an accident, it was a consequence. When the Liu-Song dynasty fell in 479, swallowed by the rise of southern Qi, its reputation was already tarnished by betrayal and cruelty. Yet dynasties are never remembered only for their failures. Even amid decline, they leave behind legacies, sometimes in governance, sometimes in culture, sometimes simply as lessons for those who come after. The Liu-Song's legacy was a paradox, a dynasty politically unstable, morally compromised, but culturally vibrant and historically instructive. Future generations would remember it not only for its fall, but for the ways it revealed both the possibilities and perils of Southern rule. One of the dynasty's most enduring contributions was cultural. The South during the Liu-Song became a refuge for Confucian learning and a cradle of new artistic expression. Scholars continued to copy and comment on the classics, ensuring that China's intellectual tradition survived even as the political order wavered. Poetry flourished, blending refined aristocratic style with the emotional resonance of a society living under constant uncertainty. The dynasty's literati wrote of rivers and mountains, of fleeting pleasures, of the melancholy of impermanence. These works captured the spirit of an era where beauty and fragility walked hand in hand. Buddhism, too, took deep root under the Liu-Song. Monasteries multiplied across the Yangtze Basin, offering not only spiritual solace, but also practical aid, food in times of famine, shelter for refugees, education for children. The dynasty's rulers, even as they indulged in cruelty, sponsored Buddhist temples and welcomed foreign monks. These exchanges enriched Chinese Buddhism with new texts and practices. Later dynasties would build upon this foundation, but the Liu-Song played a crucial role in making Buddhism a central pillar of Southern life. Taoism also thrived, with rituals and texts circulating widely, providing balance to Buddhism's promise of salvation. In governance, the Liu-Song's legacy was more complicated. On one hand, its bureaucracy maintained continuity. Despite coups and assassinations, the machinery of administration, tax collection, record-keeping, the appointment of officials endured. This continuity showed the resilience of the Chinese state. Even when dynasties fell, the structure of governance remained, ready to serve the next regime. On the other hand, the Liu-Song's failure to control its provincial governors and its reliance on suspicious purges taught future rulers hard lessons. Southern Qi and later dynasties took note of how unchecked paranoia destroyed the throne and how alienating the aristocracy undermined legitimacy. The dynasty also left a legacy in military affairs, though one marked by cautionary tales. The Song armies demonstrated both the strengths and weaknesses of Southern defense. They showed how the Yangtze River could be a natural shield, how naval logistics could support campaigns, and how disciplined generals could hold the line against northern pressure. But they also revealed the dangers of corruption, overextension, and constant redeployment. For later rulers, the Liu-Song was a warning. A dynasty that squandered its army through indulgence and mistrust would not survive external threats. Perhaps the dynasty's greatest legacy, however, was its role as a moral lesson. Chinese historians saw in the Liu-Song a cautionary tale about the dangers of betrayal within the family. The patricide of Emperor Wen by his son Liu Xiao became a symbol of what happens when filial piety is abandoned. The fratricidal wars that followed showed how quickly a dynasty could devour itself once trust collapsed. For centuries afterward, scholars and officials cited the Liu-Song as proof that virtue was not optional but essential for survival. A dynasty could endure military defeats, even famine, but not the loss of moral legitimacy. The Liu-Song also provided a broader lesson about the cycle of dynasties. It illustrated how quickly vigor could turn to decay, how diligence could give way to indulgence, and how ambition without restraint led to ruin. Later rulers studied its story with an eye to avoiding its mistakes. Some learned to monitor succession more carefully, others to limit aristocratic resentment, still others to avoid indulgence in palace pleasures. Whether they succeeded is another matter, but the Liu-Song's failures became part of the accumulated wisdom of imperial governance. Yet the dynasty's legacy was not only for rulers. For ordinary people, the Liu-Song reinforced a hard truth: dynasties come and go, but survival depends on local resilience. Peasants who endured its endless rebellions learned to rely more on family networks, monasteries, and local strongmen than on distant emperors. This legacy of localism would persist throughout the southern dynasties, shaping how communities navigated political instability. In this way, the Liu-Song contributed to a broader southern identity: pragmatic, resilient, skeptical of courtly promises, yet capable of producing great cultural beauty. The dynasty's cultural achievements also ensured it was not remembered solely as a story of betrayal. Later generations admired the poetry of its scholars, the refinement of its aristocratic salons, and the resilience of its intellectual life. They noted how the dynasty, despite its failures, kept alive the flame of Chinese civilization in the south at a time when the north was ruled by non-Han regimes. In this sense, the Liu-Song's very survival mattered. It maintained continuity between the Han and later dynasties, preserving traditions that might otherwise have been lost. Historians often compare the Liu-Song's legacy to that of the other southern dynasties that followed. Southern Qi, Liang, and Qin would all face similar problems: court intrigues, provincial unrest, northern threats. Yet each drew lessons from the Liu-Song's story, adjusting their policies, however imperfectly, to avoid its fate. In this way, the Liu-Song became both a cautionary tale and a foundation. Its failures guided the choices of its successors, and its cultural achievements provided inspiration even as its politics faded into infamy. Looking back, the Liu-Song's legacy is a tapestry of contrasts. It gave China poets and scholars, but also emperors remembered for cruelty. It maintained governance, but failed to secure stability. It nurtured Buddhism and culture even as it destroyed itself with betrayal. It rose with ambition, flourished briefly with diligence, and fell with disgrace. And yet, in falling, it offered future generations invaluable lessons about the fragility of power and the necessity of virtue. In the end, the Liu-Song dynasty's legacy is not one of triumph but of instruction. It reminds us that dynasties are not measured only by their victories, but by the lessons they leave behind. For future rulers, it stood as a warning about betrayal and indulgence. For scholars, it offered a model of cultural resilience amid chaos. For common people, it proved that survival required more than loyalty to a throne; it required strength within communities. And for history, the Liu-Song endures as a dynasty that rose with hope, fell with disgrace, and left behind a legacy as complex as the age it lived in. In the long arc of Chinese history, the Liu-Song dynasty often appears less as a standalone empire than as a link in a larger chain. Sandwiched between the Eastern Jin before it and the Southern Qi after, the Liu-Song's role was that of a bridge, a regime that carried forward institutions, culture, and traditions from the fractured Jin era while paving the way for the sequence of southern dynasties that would follow. To understand its place in the grand narrative, one must see the Liu-Song not only for its betrayals and decline, but also for its transitional role, holding the South together during an age when unity across China seemed impossible. The Eastern Jin had left a complicated legacy. It had preserved the notion of a legitimate Chinese court in the south, but its authority was weak, its court dominated by aristocratic clans, and its emperors often figureheads. When Liu seized power in 420 and founded the Liu-Song, he presented himself as the solution to the Jin's failures. He was not a scion of aristocracy, but a soldier, a man of action who had risen through merit and ambition. His success marked a shift. Military might, not aristocratic lineage, would define southern politics. This change set the tone for the entire era of southern dynasties. As a bridge, the Liu-Song preserved the southern state apparatus while reshaping its balance of power. The bureaucracy remained intact, taxes collected, records kept, officials appointed. The dynasty maintained the forms of imperial government, ensuring continuity with past traditions. Yet it also tilted the balance away from the great aristocratic clans and toward military strongmen and imperial relatives. The dynasty's reliance on generals, first Liu Yu, later Xiao Daoqing, revealed the growing importance of military figures in the south. In this way, the Liu-Song foreshadowed the rise and fall of later dynasties, each founded or dominated by generals rather than scholars. Culturally, the Liu-Song stood as a custodian of southern refinement. The turmoil of the north, dominated by non-Han regimes, gave the south an opportunity to present itself as the guardian of classical Chinese civilization. The Liu-Song embraced this role, sponsoring Confucian schools, producing poetry, and supporting Buddhism. These traditions were not inventions of the Liu-Song, but the dynasty ensured their survival and growth. When Southern Qi and Liang later took the stage, they inherited not a cultural vacuum, but a vibrant intellectual tradition nurtured under Liu-Song rule. In this sense, the dynasty was a bridge not only politically but culturally, carrying forward the flame of Chinese civilization during a time when the North was undergoing deep transformation. Militarily, the Liu-Song also served as a transitional stage. Its armies were descendants of the Eastern Jin's forces, but its struggles highlighted the limits of southern military power. The dynasty demonstrated both the potential and the vulnerability of the Yangtze River as a natural defense. It showed that the South could resist northern conquest, but also that it lacked the resources to reunify China. Later dynasties learned from these lessons, adopting similar defensive postures while abandoning grand ambitions of northern recovery. In this way, the Liu-Song's failures became part of the strategic doctrine of the southern dynasties: survive, defend, endure, but do not overreach. The Liu-Song also bridged ideological claims of legitimacy. The Eastern Jin had presented itself as the continuation of Han civilization, a government in exile ruling the south while dreaming of restoring the north. The Liu-Song inherited this mantle, styling itself as the true heir of the Chinese tradition, in contrast to the barbarian northern way. But its moral authority was compromised by its internal betrayals. Later dynasties, such as the Liang, would refine these claims, emphasizing their role as cultural protectors rather than potential reunifiers. The Liu-Song thus represented the pivot, from a dynasty still clinging to the dream of northern recovery to successors that increasingly accepted the reality of permanent division. In the broader cycle of Chinese history, the Liu-Song also demonstrated the recurring pattern of dynastic rise and fall. Like the Han before it and the Tang after, the Liu-Song began with vigor, achieved stability under a capable ruler, and then declined into corruption and betrayal. Its brevity did not obscure this pattern, rather, it illustrated it in concentrated form. Historians later used the Liu-Song as a case study in how quickly legitimacy could be lost once filial piety and moral order were abandoned. The dynasty's story fit neatly into the larger narrative of dynastic cycles, reinforcing the belief that heaven's mandate was both powerful and fragile. Yet the Liu-Song's role as a bridge was not purely negative. It provided Southern Qi and its successors with a functioning state to inherit. Without the Liu-Song's efforts to maintain bureaucracy, defend the Yangtze, and nurture culture, the South might have fragmented entirely after the Eastern Jin. Its failures gave its successors valuable lessons. Its achievements gave them a foundation. In this sense, the Liu-Song was like a battered bridge across a dangerous river, not elegant, not permanent, but essential for those who crossed it. For common people, the Liu-Song was remembered less as a bridge and more as a period of endurance. Villagers and peasants cared little about dynastic transitions, but deeply about survival. Under the Liu-Song, they endured taxes, conscription, and rebellions. But they also experienced continuity. The forms of empire persisted, fields were planted, markets thrived in calmer times. The dynasty's very existence, however fragile, preserved the idea of China in the South. That continuity was itself a kind of bridge, one that allowed people to imagine themselves as part of a larger civilization even amid division. Modern historians view the Liu-Song through this lens of transition. It was not a golden age, though Wen's reign provided stability. Nor was it purely an age of decline, though its later emperors became notorious for cruelty. It was a dynasty that kept the machinery of empire running, preserved cultural traditions, and carried the South across a turbulent era until the next dynasty could take over. Its story is less about triumph than about continuity. In a time of fragmentation, the Liu-Song kept the South intact, ensuring that when reunification eventually came centuries later, the Southern tradition was alive to contribute. Looking back, the Liu-Song's place in the grand narrative is that of a bridge, imperfect, fragile, but vital. It connected the Eastern Jin to the Southern Qi, maintained the South during the rise of the Northern Wei, and carried forward the traditions of Chinese governance and culture. Its failures were lessons, its survival was achievement. Though remembered for betrayal and cruelty, it also deserves recognition as the dynasty that held the South together long enough for history to move forward. Without it, the story of China's resilience during the Age of Division would be incomplete. Every dynasty leaves behind not just events, but an aftertaste, the lingering impression of what it was, what it might have been, and why it fell. For the Liu-Song, that aftertaste is one of paradox. It rose from the ashes of the Eastern Jin with the vigor of a soldier-turned-emperor, Liu Yu, who promised stability and strength. It flourished briefly under Emperor Wen, whose diligence and Confucian order gave the South a rare period of peace. But then it betrayed itself, descending into cycles of fratricide, paranoia, and cruelty. In the end, the Liu-Song became less a story of enduring greatness than a cautionary tale, a dynasty that squandered promise and left behind lessons etched in blood. The rise of Liu Yu remains one of the most compelling stories in Chinese history. A man of humble origins, hardened on the battlefield, he embodied the possibility of upward mobility in an age when aristocratic clans usually controlled power. His ascent was not inevitable. It required daring campaigns, strategic marriages, and ruthless elimination of rivals. Yet his success showed that in times of chaos, talent could eclipse lineage. His founding of the Liu-Song in 420 was a bold statement. The South would no longer rely on Jin aristocrats clinging to the past, but on new leaders forged in war. That energy gave the dynasty its birthright. Emperor Wen then gave the Liu-Song its soul. His diligence and order stood out in an age of indulgence. He studied documents late into the night, weighed policies carefully, and sought harmony between court and people. Under his reign, taxes stabilized, law gained respect, and the South prospered. Historians often describe his reign as the Liu-Song's golden age. Yet even in this high point lay the seeds of disaster. Wen's failure to secure a stable succession and his misplaced trust in a son who would later kill him revealed the limits of diligence without foresight. His reign showed both the best of what the Liu-Song could be and the fragility of its foundations. After Wen, the dynasty unraveled quickly. The patricide of 453 was more than a political crime, it was a moral earthquake. Filial piety, the bedrock of Confucian order, had been shattered. From that moment, the dynasty never recovered its moral legitimacy. Later emperors, whether paranoid like Qianfei or ruthless like Ming, ruled in the shadow of that betrayal. Each purge, each fratricide, Each assassination reinforced the image of a court devouring itself. The palace, instead of being the heart of order, became the stage of chaos. What makes the Liu-Song's fall so haunting is how human it was. It was not destroyed by foreign conquest, as the North often was. Nor did it collapse under natural disaster, though famines and rebellions played their part. It fell because fathers and sons, brothers and nephews, ministers and emperors chose betrayal over trust. The dynasty's greatest enemy was not the Northern Way or the Yangtze frontier, but itself. In this sense, the Liu-Song stands as one of the clearest examples in history of how internal rot can undo even the strongest beginnings. And yet, for all its betrayals, the dynasty also left behind beauty. Its scholars wrote poems of longing and impermanence that still move readers centuries later. Its monks translated Buddhist sutras that shaped Chinese spirituality. Its calligraphers refined styles that became models for later ages. The Liu-Song proves that culture can flourish even as politics collapses, that human creativity often finds its sharpest expression in times of uncertainty. This paradox is part of its enduring story, a dynasty infamous for bloodshed but also remembered for cultural brilliance. The lessons of the Liu-Song endured long after its fall. For rulers, it became a warning about the dangers of paranoia and cruelty. Later dynasties cited its betrayals as evidence of what happens when virtue is abandoned. For scholars, it illustrated the Confucian belief in the mandate of heaven, that dynasties lose legitimacy not by chance, but by moral failure. For common people, it reinforced a harder truth, that dynasties rise and fall, but survival depends on family, community, and resilience beyond the court's reach. The Liu-Song also shaped the trajectory of the southern dynasties. Southern Qi, Liang, and Qin all inherited its structures, its culture, and its cautionary lessons. Each sought to avoid its mistakes, though often falling into their own. In this way, the Liu-Song was not merely a failed dynasty, but a necessary link in history's chain, carrying forward the South until new regimes could take its place. It was both a caution and a foundation. In the grand narrative of China, the Liu-Song may not shine as brightly as the Han or Tang, but it holds a unique place. It represents the volatility of the Age of Division, when dynasties rose and fell with dizzying speed. It shows how ambition could create empires, but also how betrayal could destroy them. It demonstrates that cultural brilliance can coexist with political ruin. And it reminds us that history is not only about triumphs, but about warnings. When we reflect on the Liu-Song, we see a dynasty that embodied both promise and peril. It rose from a general's sword, flourished with diligence, betrayed itself through cruelty, and fell into history's cycle. Its story endures not because it was glorious, but because it was human, full of ambition, hope, error, and tragedy. It is a reminder that even empires are fragile, that trust is as essential as armies, and that betrayal can undo what generations built. In the end, the Liu-Song dynasty lives on as a tale of rise and fall, of brilliance and blood. It teaches us that history's lessons are not always about greatness achieved, but about greatness squandered. And perhaps that is why its story still matters, because it reminds us that power without virtue is fleeting, that betrayal destroys more surely than any enemy, and that even in collapse, culture and memory endure. The Liu-Song may have vanished, but its story remains, echoing across centuries as both a cautionary tale and a testament to the resilience of history itself.